Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to the final episode of Eyes Up Mother Brown for the 2019-2020 season. It's been a long season this year, the longest ever by all accounts, but it will finally end today. West Ham United hosting Aston Villa in Stratford at the London Olympic Stadium. And of course, for us, we don't really have a horse in today's race. West Ham, safe from the threat of relegation, up against Aston Villa, who most certainly aren't. Villa, in order to remain a Premier League team, need to better the result of Watford, who are playing Arsenal today. And of course, there's also Bournemouth, who are involved in the race to avoid the drop. But of course, that point that West Ham gained at Old Trafford against Manchester United on Wednesday means that we are safe. Whatever happens, doesn't matter if we lose 20-0. We're still safe. We're going to be okay. We're back in the Premier League this season. That, of course, in itself isn't exactly much to sing and shout about, but we'll come to that, no doubt, in due course over the next few weeks in future episodes of the Mod Pod, the new KUMB podcast, which myself and the rest of the moderating team on KUMB participate in. I am joined today by two members of our team to go through this afternoon's match, providing you with alternative commentary. First of all, I'm joined by Rio. Good to see you, Rio.
Afternoon, everyone.
And also, I'm joined by the pink Palermo, who is going to be helping us go through this one. How you doing, Pinky?
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
Good to see you, boys. And unfortunately, we're a few short today. Our injury list is quite extensive. We have Gnome out, DL, Briz, Hammer, and of course, Chalks, all on the sidelines watching from afar, leaving us three to do the work out here in the middle of the park. Hopefully we can keep you entertained and keep things flowing nicely. We'll certainly do our very best in order to help us keep things flowing. Let us know what you're thinking throughout the game. Come and join us on the Yahoo, I've done it again. Why do I keep saying Yahoo? YouTube chat. And let us know what you think of the game. And of course, at the same time, on the Knees Up Mother Brown forum, on the match thread. Let us know what you're thinking. We'll be taking comments from both throughout the afternoon just to see what you guys think of the game and the way it's going. As always, we are going to start this afternoon by having a look at the teams. The teams are in. The teams have been in for about 40 minutes now. And Pinky is going to take us through West Ham United and Aston Villa's starting 11s and also their benches. Pinky, over to you, buddy.
Yeah, good afternoon. I mean, it looks like another relatively settled side that David Moyes has gone with this afternoon, with Fabianski in goal, as you'd expect. Johnson, my media supply of choices, putting him in at right back. Diop and Ogbonna at centre back. Fredericks has been shown as left back today, so no Cresswell, no Masuaku. Souček and Rice sitting in midfield, and then further forward, Bowen, Noble, Fornals, and Antonio alone up top again. So again, no starting berth for Sebastian Heller, the club record signing, despite being fit. So Moyes is perhaps making a bit of a statement there. For Aston Villa this afternoon, again, Dean Smith has gone with a fairly settled team. Rayner in goal, Goulabert at right back, Konsa and Mings as his centre backs, Target as his left back. A pretty strong looking midfield to me, McGinn, Louise and Hourihane. And up top for them, Trezeguet, Samatta, and the player they think is their talisman, Jack Grealish. Personally, not so sure. This afternoon, the difference should be in the benches. And for my money, we spoke the other week about big spending Aston Villa because they spent 134 million last summer. Well, West Ham United this afternoon have got 100 million euros of signings on the bench. When did we ever think we would see that? Does that mean our squad is strong, or does it mean we've just bought badly?
Good stuff. Thank you, Pinky, for taking us through the teams there. Rio, let me come over to you, my friend. That's how we're starting. Only one change to the lineup today. That's Ryan Fredericks coming back in with Cresswell going out. What are your immediate thoughts on the West Ham team and also the Aston Villa side?
Yeah, no, Villa is pretty much like I expected. They've got to go for the win to obviously guarantee their Premiership status. So I'm expecting a bit of a back to the wall job today. For our side, it's great to see a really kind of settled lineup again in the forward positions. I do worry about the defence, though. I mean, I think Johnson will be switching to the left rather than Fredericks. I think he's played there before for the under-23s.
Mm-hmm.
But both of them have a long history of injury records, and we have not got a lot of alternatives on the bench. So that's something to really keep an eye on for me.
Yes. The one change, as we've said, to the starting 11, just looking at the bench we've got there today, obviously Darren Randolph back in as sub-goalkeeper Balbuena, Wiltshire Coventry, Connor Coventry coming back in, and Yarmolenko. There was a bit of talk, wasn't there, actually, Pinky, about Yarmolenko potentially starting today. There were rumours that Jared Bowen might not be fit or not, just rested really for the day.
Yeah, we saw Bowen took a bit of a knock. I think in the Man United game. I mean,
yeah.
But we know that he trained yesterday, so he was out running around yesterday, and clearly he's a player that Moyes likes. Yarmo, on the other hand, since the restart, I think the manager's given him the job as a starter once, but unfortunately he didn't work hard enough in that game. And I think, in this league, you take your chances when you get them. But, I'm just looking at that bench of ours. I mean, the talent that is on there, if the manager has to change something. Yep. Yarmolenko, Dirty Jack Wilshere, Sebastian Heller, Manuel Lanzini, Felipe Anderson can't get a game at the minute. I mean, ultimately, has any West Ham United manager in history had a bench as strong as that for theoretical attacking options? I suspect not. The problem being, of course, is they're on the bench because they haven't done enough to get in the team.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, I'm looking at that. I just wonder how many West Ham managers have had teams that cost that much money on the pitch, on the starting 11, let alone, on the bench. So very, very interesting. This is something we sort of touched on last week, wasn't it? The three players between them, Yarmolenko, Haller, and Anderson, nearly £100 million worth of transfer fees, let alone what we're paying them every season, Rio. It's quite unusual for West Ham to have that amount of talent, or that array of talent and cost, really, just sitting there wasted, essentially. And people like Lanzini as well. Sorry, Rio, that was coming to you.
Sorry. Absolute array of talent. The problem is this season, Yarmolenko apart, and even he's been hampered by injuries once more.
Yeah.
The big money buyers and the big reputation players have not been delivering. And those who have stepped into the breach, especially in the last 3 or 4 weeks, have performed immensely and thoroughly deserved their starting spot. You can't pick players on reputation. You've got to pick it on performance. And it makes you wonder, though, that will those expensive players on the bench be here next season? Is it a message being sent out by Moyes that we can cope without you? If we need to sell you on to reinvest, your name's on the block.
I think that's a really good point, actually. It certainly seems to send that sort of message, doesn't it, to say to players like Anderson, Haller, maybe your time at the club has come. That is it for you. What do you think about that, Pinky? I mean, or do you just think that, he's found a winning formula and he's sticking with that regardless of, the transfer fees involved?
No, I think it's signals being sent to certain players. The example I'll give, Jack Wilshere, he gave him a few minutes just basically to prove to the world, look, he's fit. He can run. Look, he's run. He's gone nearly the length of the field there. Then we've not seen him since. I don't think it's because he's injured. But I mean, if you look at what's at stake today, we can't go up a place in the league, but we can fall down a place. And each place, the excellent Swiss Ramble blogger this week did some analysis on this, and he reckoned that it'd be about £2.7 million this game would be worth to West Ham United today. And I'm just thinking in terms of what we'd use that money for. First and foremost, that's 80% of Wilshere's salary subsidy that we could give to another club next season to say, take him, because we're going to need to free up some squad places, of that there's no doubt. So we need the money today, the win today, to be sure of that money. But in terms of, is he sending signals? I think he's pretty much saying to certainly Felipe Anderson, speak to your agent, probably time to move on. Lanzini, it's a real shame. He hasn't been the same player since his injury. Yarmolenko, again, luxury player. Can you have a player who you can only bring on in 20-minute bursts for a dozen games a season? And I think what Moyes has probably got is the brief is, you have no money, David, because we spent it in January buying Bowen. The last chunk of it, we've signed Souček for you, but the rest of it, earn your own budget. And that means he's got to shift some players.
Yeah, of course, since we last gathered, Thomas Souček has arrived on a permanent 4-year deal. And we believe that fee is worth in the region of £13 million. Rio, would you agree with me that in today's world is something of a steal for a player of his undoubted quality?
Absolutely. It's probably the sign of the season. Last season and this season combined, to be honest. What he's contributed since restart, even the glimpses he showed beforehand, he's an immense player. He's an aerial threat. He's got an eye for goal. He can finish. He works his socks off every single game. He's what we've been crying out for a long, long time. And £13 million is an absolute bargain.
Yeah, that player that we've been looking for some considerable time. A player who can take that midfield role by the scruff of the neck. Probably not had anyone of that ilk since Cheku Kiati went to Palace, I guess, or someone who's made such an impression. So yeah, I think overwhelmingly all the West Ham fans seem to agree that is a really good deal, and it'd be silly to say otherwise because he's really been partly responsible for keeping us up in the division so far. A couple of other things I want to touch on before we start. We're about 11 minutes away from kickoff, gentlemen. Let's go back a few weeks now. In fact, to the very first game, I think, of Project Restart or Aston Villa's first game was a match against Sheffield United. Now, most of you will recall back in that game, there was an incident that occurred where Sheffield United appeared to score. Didn't just appear to score, let's be honest, they did score. But for some reason, technology didn't give it. And here we are a few weeks later going into the very final day of the season. And because of that goal, Aston Villa know that they can still afford to lose and stay up. Pinky, looking at that one, I mean, obviously we had the situation a few years ago that West Ham were involved in with the Carlos Tevez saga and all that. Do you see any possible legal ramifications as a result of that? If, Villa are to stay up and perhaps Watford or Bournemouth, perish as a result?
No, I don't think so. Because I think the number of truly spiteful, vulture, blood-sucking football clubs that exist in the world, and that's used Sheffield United, is quite limited. And I think most other clubs would take it on the chin and say, well, that's the rub of the green.
Yeah.
So I don't see a legal challenge, but it does highlight the dependence that the football regulatory bodies, UEFA and the FA and so forth, and the Premier League, their willingness to just give control to technology that has been proven to be, well, just not effective.
Yep.
I think it's quite worrying, and we often hear the debate on here, and Gnome isn't missing today. He's in hiding from a PGMOL hit squad, but ultimately, I've always believed in the referee's decision being final.
Yeah,
because you've only got one question to answer then. Is the referee honest or not? If he's not, there's a way you sanction them. What we're now into is the referee honest or not? Are the people in a caravan 200 miles away acting within the spirit of the game, never mind the laws of the game? Are they actually using technology that is 100% unequivocally accurate? And now, instead of clearing the whole thing up, we've actually made the matter worse.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of VAR. I'm not a big fan of technology in football. I like the aggro of being able to wind up West Germans, or Germans as they are now, forever and saying, yeah, good goal. What's wrong with that? Good goal. And isn't that the essence of football? This whole point that we're going to turn it into a precise science so the best team always wins. Not for me. you know. So
Yeah.
I don't see a legal challenge. I don't think anyone will be as stupid or as mean-spirited as Sheffield United were, and I don't think any defending club would have anyone who had an executive running them that was acting, let's be careful here because he is a lawyer, perhaps in not the wisest way. Okay, there we go.
Very, very diplomatic and understood. Yes, Sheffield United. Of course, we saw another team that were involved in all those shenanigans 12, 13 years ago fall to the curse, perhaps a few weeks ago, with Wigan hit by administration. Another Dave Whelan, of course, wanted West Ham relegated back in 2007, 2008 as a consequence of Sheffield United being relegated. And here we are again. The curse has struck. Gypsy Rosalie of Upton Park, who struck again with the news. I think Wigan, they were actually relegated, weren't they? Didn't they? They were hit with the 12-point deduction. And I think they went down, didn't they, last week? I think they're mounting a legal challenge, ironically, now to try and survive. But going back to the Sheffield goal briefly, Rio, we're 5-6 minutes away from kickoff now. What are your thoughts on that? Villa, of course, they could be pretty much down and out now if that had been correctly given for Sheffield.
Yeah, very much so. There's another stat just shown on BT Sport. Prior to the lockdown, goals conceded and errors leading to goals, Villa will rank 20th out of 20 in the Premier League. Since the restart, goals conceded, they're 8th now, and errors leading to goals first. Now,
wow,
the goal that never was, the keeper made an absolute howler, and they've come out of that game with an unjust point. Obviously, a little bit of confidence has grown since then, a little bit of organisation. Yeah. But it's those kind of sliding doors moments. You just don't know what will happen, do you? Things could have gone completely awry. The heads could have dropped. The whole club could have been in kind of free fall almost. I mean, I don't share Pinky's optimism that there won't be a legal challenge. We live in a blame culture.
Whose fault?
Where do you start with a legal challenge? Sorry, Pinky.
You said we live in a blame culture. I said, whose fault's that?
Everybody.
So,
you don't know where to start the legal challenge from, really, do you?
Yeah.
You could go to VAR. You could go to we're playing the whole season, like the second half of the season, under completely different rules to the first. Yeah. It's just ridiculous. Where would you start?
Yeah, exactly. Really good point. And of course, everybody's been, the subject of dodgy VAR calls over the course of the season. Some more than others, some less than others. But and of course, in that particular game, you could say, well, Villa might have rallied and come back and gone on to win that game. Who knows? It might have spurred them on to greater things had they fallen a goal behind. You never know. These are the vagaries of football. And of course, as Pinky says, I kind of agree in a way. I think that it's best left sometimes, and it gives us things to talk about, doesn't it, rather than being a scientific exact kind of sport where everything is there's nothing left really to sort of argue about. So anyway, we shall see of course what happens.
Only England would spend 40 odd years trying to convince everybody we didn't win the World Cup. It's just mental, isn't it?
That's a very good point. We are just minutes away now from kickoff, so I want to get your predictions because we haven't had a mod pod since the last game. So I'd like to get everyone's predictions in for the final week of the final round of the season. So just going through the guys who aren't here, we've managed to get everybody's shouts on our little chat thing we have going. Bristol Hammer says 2-0 to West Ham. Gnome from I presume it's sunny, Cornwall, says 3-1 to us. Chalks is going for a 4-0 West Ham win. And DL also says West Ham are going to win 2-1 to us. Overwhelming confidence in West Ham to get a result so far. Rio, what are you thinking about that? Are you going to join the throng and stick with the West Ham win, or are you looking for something else today?
Now, I think with Villa having a lot to play for today, they're going to get a couple of goals. They're going to come out of straight off. Defensively, I say we're potentially more brittle than usual if we succumb to an injury. But we have got a forward line in the midfield who should be full of confidence and full of goals still. So I'm going to go for a 2-2 draw.
2-2, says Rio. bucking the trend there for the first time. Pinky, what do you think? A win for West Ham, or are we going to be crying into our beer at the end of the game?
No, it's a nailed-on West Ham United win today. I've gone 3-0, and Aston Villa, they've had their bit of good fortune. Yes, their manager's marshalled his troops well in the post shutdown era. He's done very well in that regard, but so's ours. You look what David Moyes has done with Antonio. He's averaging a goal a game since the restart. That's what would that cost you in the transfer market? Mr. Sullivan, sign me a striker that can give me a goal a game.
Yep.
Priceless, absolutely priceless. So for whatever faults he may or may not have, let's credit our manager with doing that with Antonio. So he's got him firing on all cylinders. Bowen creates loads of chances, no question about that. And I still think Souček, he'll pop up in a dead ball situation in the box, and he'll nick a goal today. For Aston Villa, Jack Grealish, come on. He's kind of like a player that would light up Carrow Road. You know what I mean? He's that sort of player. I just don't see they've got it in them. And I think Villa today will lose, but I think they'll survive.
Interesting stuff. We'll come to that one in a second, actually. I'm going to go for a 3-2 West Ham win. I think final day of the season, as everybody said, Villa need goals. They can't really afford to sit back and play for a 0-0 draw and hope that Watford don't win. They have to go out and, save themselves, really, before worrying about everyone else. So I think they're going to come at us. I think that means they may. Our defence hasn't been too great. So I think that there's a goal or two, as Rio says, in it for Villa. But I also agree with Pinky, and I think there's a goal or two in it for us. So I can see us nicking it in by scoring the odd one in 5 to take it 3-2. So loads and loads of confidence from the team today. Do let us know what you think on the chat. Some of you already have. I'm going to have a look at those in just a moment. Also on the match forum, the match thread, on the KUMB Forum. Rio, I don't know if anyone's making any predictions there so far, are they? Is there any shouts out?
No, in terms of predictions, there's a little bit of kind of optimism towards us. The biggest thing is that with Masuaku missing, who normally would have started onto that left-back slot, no one's really lamenting the fact he's not playing. His defensive frailties have, I think, been a step too far for most of the forum. So there's not a lot of love lost. Yeah,
he's definitely not viewed as our strongest fullback right now. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Of course, we discussed recently that huge contract that he has, taking him keeping at West Ham for the next few years. But we'll see where David Moyes employs him next season. If, of course, he's still here, he might be one of those on the out list for Moyes. We shall, of course, see in due course. Having a quick look at the chat. Hi to Metlin Both Legs. Good to see you again, buddy. Hobo, good to see you back on the stream. Daniel Leslie is going for a 3-0 West Ham win. Get more confidence oozing from the chat as it is here in the Mod Pod. He reckons it's going to be a Michail Antonio hat-trick. I think we'd all take that, Daniel. Steve Power says, good afternoon, chaps. How you doing, Steve? Good to see you again. And Steve is also going for... no, actually, Steve, what are you doing, man? 2-1 win. Actually, no, I thought you were saying 2-1 for Villa, but no, I think you're going for a 2-1 win to us. So everyone on the same page so far. Marrakesh Tall Trees says, pop, Robson. I don't think he's going to score a little goal for us today because he's not out there. But obviously, one of our former superstars from the 70s, Marrakesh says, feeling a bit pessimistic about today, as we don't have anything to play for. Not quite true, I don't think, because as Pinky mentioned, if it's a Swiss Ramble, I think you said, wasn't it, Pinky? You said that it was 2.7 million pounds per play. So we're underway, actually. The game has kicked off. We're almost a minute into the game here. Let's do a quick time check, guys, to see where we are. I'm on exactly 1 minute as we speak now. How about you guys?
Plus 24.
Okay, Rio, you started there, buddy?
36 seconds in.
So we're all over the place. This is going to be an interesting stream. Pinky, it's going to be up to you, buddy, to call it first then this afternoon. And we'll take it from there. We've got George Nerdin on the stream. He says, up the Villa. Well, let's see what happens there. Just a nice shot of our favourite Villa employee, John Terry, on the touchlines there with Dean Smith.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be getting up. I'm sure he's quite happy that stadium's empty this afternoon, because no doubt he'd be getting plenty of shtick.
What do you mean this afternoon? It's empty most Saturday afternoons, isn't it? I mean, it's
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Fair point. Villa resplendent in their green and black away kit today. We're just seeing Villa going, or I'm just seeing Villa go into the box. It's an easy one for Fabianski. He's got his hands on the ball. A kit that's a little bit, I don't know, I was going to say Wimbledon Ball Boys, but it's not really, is it? That's kind of a purple and green, isn't it, Rio, rather than a black and green?
Yeah, and also it's made by Ralph Lauren, not whatever cheap rubbish that Villa are wearing and all. I've got to say, though, we look absolutely resplendent in our new outfit. And what a pleasure it is to see us in white shorts and socks.
It is the West Ham way. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Always for me, growing up as a Wian, West Ham, white socks and white shorts. And, of course, the classic claret and blue. Pinky, what do you think of the kit for next season? Are you a fan or are you not so keen?
Well, certainly the away kit with the, the bands that'll accentuate my beer gut quite nicely. I mean, have they ever looked at our typical supporter and the build of our typical supporter whilst designing the kit? Because, when you're carrying a bit of timber, anything with a hoop doesn't look good, okay? So I'm afraid it gets a big no from me. They've designed it in a way to put a betting company's logo on it as well. We know that they pour huge sums into the game, but do we really want to be seeing children wandering around with betting companies on the shirts? Not for me, I don't.
No, I totally agree. Of course, West Ham not really known for wearing striped shirts, although there was that Argentina-esque effort, wasn't there? I'm just trying to think when that was. Rio, when was that? Mid-90s, was that? The blue, light blue and white striped shirt we wore?
That was 89, 90, the first season we went down.
Wow.
First Butler season, I believe. I might have been 90, 91, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit longer ago than I thought. Sign of getting old, that is. We're about 4 minutes into the game. It's been all Aston Villa so far, which is why we haven't had an awful lot to say about the match. I've just seen Ryan Fredericks win the ball well and burst out of defence into the opposition half. Pinky, good sign that so far? First good sign.
Yeah, so I'm just having another look at the kit here, and I've got to say I don't like it at all.
Okay.
It looks like they're wearing a running vest over a T-shirt. You know what I mean? It's like no, they've got it slightly wrong there. To the gallows for the designer for that one. Thus far, though, I've got to say, Villa, I think, are having the slight edge, but they're not looking like a team that is running around desperate to stay up. It's already got the feel of an end of season game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, sure.
Fine for us, not so good for the Villa.
What is good for the Villa is that Arsenal are leading against Watford. Arsenal have already scored. And that, of course, would mean Villa are safe if that's how it stays. They could go down here today. Of course, if they don't lose by more than Villa, the Watford would be beaten by Arsenal. But fantastic start for Villa, just purely because of what's happening there at the Emirates. Arsenal, I haven't got the goal scorer yet. I don't know, perhaps Rio or Pinky, if you could catch that one, just see who scored. There has been another goal. It's at St James's Park, way up on Tyneside, some 300 miles or so away from where most of us are. And we're just seeing Jack Grealish go through on Ryan Fredericks. Fredericks not particularly happy about that challenge, and a bit of a face-off, a bit of a push in the chest of Jack Grealish, actually. So it'd be interesting to see how that one develops.
Aubameyang got the goal for Arsenal.
Who was that? Sorry, Pinky?
Aubameyang,
no surprise there.
The penalty as well.
And a penalty. Oh, what a terrible, terrible start for Hayden Mullins and Watford. But Villa will, of course, be absolutely delighted at that. Yeah, I was just saying there are a couple of moments there, a couple of little tussles between Grealish and Fredericks, Pinky. So perhaps something to look out there for in the next 85 minutes or so, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Grealish, he is one of those players that he's quite a niggly little player, if you ask me. He tends to leave a foot in occasionally. He throws himself to the ground frequently to win free kicks, Sheringham-esque in that regard. And I just don't like his hairstyle. There's something about the fella that it's the great Jack Grealish from, bottom four Villa. You know what I mean? His reputation exceeds his performances. And for me, he'll be a player that just annoys everyone forever. Nah, to the gallows with him. Had enough of him already.
Jack Grealish with his hairstyle from the 1930s, of course. A la Peaky Blinders, Villa's real highlight this season. There hasn't been too many for them, has it? Rio, 7 minutes or so into the game. We haven't seen a shot yet. Would you agree with Pinky? Pretty much standard end of season fare at the moment so far?
Yeah, it's incredibly pedestrian. Not a lot happening. The only thing I'm really amazed at is that when Fredericks did lay his hands on Grealish, he didn't go to the floor like an absolute sack of spuds. But there's plenty of time with that yet.
Well, something I'm particularly amazed at is I've just seen the score come in from Manchester, and Norwich have scored at Man City. It's Manchester City 0, Norwich City 1. So a tale of two cities is going the Norfolk way right now. Unbelievable stuff there, Pinky. What's going on there?
Yeah, but I mean, you've got Liverpool losing and Man City losing. I mean, classic case of two clubs that don't care with nothing to play for. And I'm afraid, Newcastle may benefit financially. I'm just looking there in terms of what it does to the league. I think that might move them up. In fact, it won't do. It won't do. So nothing in it for Newcastle, nothing in it for Norwich now. It's 2-0 games, those.
Yeah, very much so. No goals elsewhere in the Premier League at the moment on the final day of the season. Of course, as I'm sure you're all aware, everybody kicking off at the same time today to ensure no shenanigans prevail or occur, which is really, let's be honest, it's the way it should be, shouldn't it? All games should kick off at the same time. You always used to be the case, of course, back in the day, 3 o'clock, Saturday afternoon, bang, that was your weekend fixtures. Of course, now they're split over Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and even maybe further afield at some points. But it is West Ham United nil, Aston Villa nil. We're just entering the 10th minute of the game. Not a shot from either side yet at the moment. Neither side managing to sort of break through. Rio, with Watford losing at Arsenal, do you think they'll be quite happy? Do you think that affects the way they're going to be playing? Perhaps maybe Dean Smith has sort of, maybe the manager's got that message across. Look, we're fine. If it stays like this, we're up. We don't need to do anything silly. We don't need to attack now. What do you think?
Potentially. But the thing is, I mean, in the old days of yore, the news would filter through from the crowd to the players.
Yeah, of course it would, yeah.
It's a bit of an anomaly this year, isn't it? So is Dean Smith really going to be glued to Radio 5 Live or even us looking for results and scores? Now, it's a bit of a strange one, isn't it? But it shouldn't really alter their perception, the way they play. They should still be going for a win and the points that they need to kind of stay up. But you just never know, do you? I think if the news filters through that Watford increase their leads, you may see an even more duller game than we're getting now.
Yeah, and it certainly is a bit dull. Tell me, so apologies there. I was just assaulted by my dog. I'm not quite sure what he wanted, but he's been kicked out anyway. Couple of messages. Rio, we'll go to the forum in just a moment. We'll go to the match thread, see what's going on there. But just looking at Yahoo chat, Steve Palmer. We've seen your post, Steve. Metal in both legs says go on the tune, and Steve Palmer says send Dini down. Looks like you might get your wish, Steve, the way things are going. And Steve Palmer also saying I don't see a lot of hairstyles in this video chat. Oh, it's charming, that is, isn't it? Carefully hidden under here, and Rio and Pinky going for the chop look.
Oh, how could he miss that? How could he miss that, Antonio?
Pinky?
Evans above. I mean, a ball played essentially over the top. Antonio latches onto it. He's 15 yards out, I think, when he pulls the trigger. And Evans above, he sticks it wide. I mean, if we needed to score or stuff, although the keeper may just have got a touch in it, to be fair. Hang on, the scene again. Pulls the trigger now. Yeah, I think credit the keeper, actually. I think the keeper made a... Did he? Hard to see. Really, I mean, they showed it 3 times now. We've not got a corner from it anyway, so clearly the officials are saying Antonio pulled it wide. If we needed to score to stay up, believe you me, Antonio would be getting pelters from the crowd at this point in time. Yeah.
Yeah, just as well he scored. I mean, how they're saying that's not a corner, I don't know, because it looks to me that there's a clear touch
Yeah,
by the
looks
keeper
it,
on that one, doesn't it? It looks like it. But what a ball that was into Antonio Rio. Before that, I'm not quite
Diop.
sure. Was it Diop who laid it? I mean, it's a 60.
Yeah,
It's
Diop.
almost James Collins-esque in the old Sam Allardyce era. That long cross.
Absolutely,
ball.
fantastic ball through. And he's just caught it on the wrong side, isn't he? He's skewing it wide. In the form that he's been in, you would have thought that's got to go in. It's very disappointing. But first real opportunity, we got, let's just build from here, you know.
Do you reckon there was a touch by the keeper there, Rio? Sorry, Rio, I was just saying, did you think there was a touch by the keeper there?
It's not clear cut for me. I can't understand why it wasn't given. Just going back to the forum, this again, the lack of chat on there really reflects how dull the game's been until that particular chance. The only thing really to note is regarding the Fredericks and Grealish incident. Bonzo Beard says, wind him up, Fredericks, I like the passion. And 61 Dixie says, surely that's a yellow for Grealish. He raised his hands on him, so it could have been.
Yeah, we'll see how that develops, of course, as we said a few moments ago, just to see if it does. Of course, our first shot of the game, 13 minutes in. It took 12 minutes to come. Mikhail Antonio put through by a superb 60-yard pass from Issa Diop. As we said, the sort of pass that you used to see James Collins pull out on a regular basis from one end of the field to the other.
Allegedly, Bournemouth had just gone one up.
Okay, great stuff. Bournemouth. Now that is interesting. Does that put the pressure back on Villa, do we think?
I'm waiting for confirmation. Just someone's put it on the actual forum, so I'm just waiting. There's nothing on BBC. Yep, Joshua King, penalty. This makes things more interesting.
Yeah, Everton 0, Bournemouth 1. Watford still losing at Arsenal now. If it ends like this tonight, of course, Villa would still be safe and Bournemouth and Watford would be going down. But if West Ham were to score, Pinky, I don't know if you're working out the possible permutations there of how things will transpire throughout the afternoon, but what do Bournemouth need to do if we were to beat Villa? What does that mean in terms of Bournemouth's chances of staying up if West Ham were to win 1-0, for example?
I think we're then into goals scored territory because I think they'd have the same goal difference.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to look that up a bit. But you know,
goal difference at the moment. Sorry, goal difference at the moment is exactly spot on level. Yeah. So one goal would enable Bournemouth to stay up for us.
Wow! Yeah. So it literally is just a Bournemouth win and a Villa defeat would be good enough by the looks of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry for
Norwich goal from earlier was disallowed, and City have now gone a goal up.
Oh, is it really? Oh, well, that's typical. They obviously going a little bit early with the highlights or the up-to-date scores that I'm seeing here. Just seeing that now reflected. Actually, Pinky, Man City 1, Norwich City 0. Tottenham are winning at Selhurst Park. Not quite sure who scored the goal, but the goal's beginning to flow in the Premier League this afternoon. Not at the game we're watching, though, where we've just seen Aston Villa have their first opportunity of the afternoon. I didn't quite see who that was who had the effort because I was looking at the other screen, looking at the scores. Guys, I don't know if anyone saw who that chance was for Villa.
I think it was Samatta.
I was doing the maths homework that you sent me.
Samatta. Who as
Joe Dolce, as we call him.
That's it. Who was preview Percy rightfully pointed out earlier in the week should be nicknamed Watts by his teammates. For those of you who are about 100 years older who remember that Joe Dolce song, didn't that keep Vienna off number one? Was that the one that kept Ultravox off number one?
And rightly so.
I think it was.
Absolutely. What a dirge that song was. Yeah, heavens above.
No fan of the old simp specials here, Pinky, obviously. We're just seeing another effort and dragged just wide for Villa. That's 2 chances for them in the last 60 seconds. McGinn, I believe, had the effort there. He's picked the ball up just outside the box, taken it on his left foot, and he's just pulled it across goal, really. Sort of a nice little turn. Stepped in between Rice and Bowen. It's nothing to worry about, but I thought when we drew 0-0 at Villa Park earlier in the season, McGinn absolutely ran the show. I thought he had a superb game. Of course, Villa Pinky missed him, didn't they, for quite a bit later in the season. He was injured for 2 or 3 months, and just wonder how much that affected them and their chances of avoiding the drop.
I think that was a crucial bit of bad luck for them.
Yeah.
He absolutely did run the show when we played there early in the season.
Yeah.
All of the lads stood in and around where I was stood that night were all commenting on, we'd take him at our place. So, for him to be out, I think it was the best part of 3 months he missed, has cost them. But again, where I have a little bit of less sympathy with them, they have spent big, Aston Villa, and you're looking at it and you're going, okay, yeah, they're a long way ahead of Norwich now, who spent nothing, but spend £134 million and you're hanging on the last game of the season. It just shows what a tough league this is. It really does. And they'll all bang on about Grealish as being, well, he's a 50 or 60 million pound player.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure. I think when they come to sell him in the summer, and I think he will probably want to go. I can see a certain Daniel Levy at Tottenham saying, well, here's 35 million pounds, and that's the only bid that's coming. So I don't know about Villa. I think supposed billionaire owners, if they do survive, I'd still put them in the bottom 6 next season, come what may. There's not enough quality out there. There really isn't.
Yeah, it's still going to take an awful lot of investment to get that team to, even challenging top half, isn't it, Rio? Given what we've seen from them this season, Grealish really the standout player, isn't he, so far?
Absolutely, but I can't agree more with Pinky that John McGinn is what makes them tick. Grealish adds a lot of flair, a little bit of creativity. He's obviously a great player, but you take John McGinn out that side, as we did, because of his injury, and they are nothing. And I think they'll have a lot of suitors in the summer as well, whether they go down or stay up.
We had an Aston Villa fan actually on the KUMB Forum this week on the match thread, discussing the merits of each team. And he seemed to think, we're obviously all biased towards our own team, but he felt that Aston Villa's midfield was better man for man than West Ham's. McGinn, Louise and Grealish in comparison to Souček and Rice and Noble, which was an interesting observation, I think. I'm not sure any of us would necessarily agree with that. But
I'll give a technical evaluation of that opinion. Bloke's got shit in his eyes. I'm sorry, but I think their midfield is okay. It's probably the strongest part of their team, but it's not better than Souček, Rice, and Noble. It's just, come on, let's get real here.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm sorry, Pink, I was just going to say West Ham just burst forward. Looked like we might have a shot there, but it sort of come to nothing. Some good defending by Villa. Fredericks involved twice on the right hand side, trying to get in. Not a lot of space. Not a lot of space either side, is there, Pinky, so far for either team? Shots sort of not been anything, No,
I don't think Villa are sort of doing the playing under too many instructions other than keep it tight, lads, and don't concede a goal. That isn't quite the same as saying 11 men behind the ball, but they know that the first priority is not to lose today. And I suspect that Dean Smith has probably said to them, look, come in at half time 0-0, because then we've got 45 minutes to put a game plan together, because there's so many things could happen on the last day.
Yeah,
he'll probably keep his Hail Mary option to the last 10 minutes of the game if he needs one.
Something that has happened is up at Burnley, where Brighton have taken the lead, which means that they, if the scores were to remain the same, would finish above West Ham. So that's one to potentially keep an eye on there, just to see what's happening. Declan Rice has just had a shot here for West Ham. It's flashed high and wide over the bar. Kind of goes back to what we were just saying. I think that no real clear-cut openings, 2 very, very tight defences, ensuring that there's no space allowed for either opposition in the penalty box. Rio, how are we looking on the forum? Is there any more activity, or is everyone kind of sort of dozed off, having a post-Sunday lunch sleep right now?
It's definitely a little bit sedate, and I think a little bit of roast beef and Yorkshire pudding has hit the pits of the stomach and sent the old snooze button on. Only real comments regarding Antonio miss. And trying to think. Brother Nero said, "How did he miss it?" There's one comment, just trying to find who it was. 3 hammers. I love the guy, but this is why the calls for Antonio to be our main striker next year are crazy. And let's be honest, we all know that prior to this hot streak, his finishing isn't the greatest, is it? And he's got a valid point there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just watching Antonio, actually. West Ham kind of bursting forward now. Antonio's picked up balls in a really good position, and Bowen's out wide on the right looking to centre the ball. But yet again, he's looked up and there's five or six Villa bodies, I think I can count, in their own six-yard box there, Pinky. So again, just no space for West Ham.
No. And, Dean Smith playing a very canny game here, and it really is a case of, look, we were outside the bottom three at the start of the game. Let's not put ourselves in the bottom three by going gung-ho, all-out attack and leaving ourselves exposed at the back. And today, the team that survives will be the team that makes the fewest mistakes in that bottom group. It's not about a day for heroes. It's about a day to make sure that none of them are actually villains. Don't make mistakes. Keep it simple. Do the basics, and that's what Aston Villa have been sent out to do today.
Yeah, 11 villains actually out there on the pitch right now, playing against us, I suppose you could say. But nothing doing so far. Either team really sort of able to make much of an impact. Just having a quick look at the live match stats to see what's going on. West Ham 60% possession so far in the opening. We've just gone past the halfway stage of the first half. West Ham with 60% possession, Aston Villa 40. West Ham with 2 shots to Villa's 3. And Villa have the only shot on target so far, which I think was that very early save that Fredericks made, possibly no corners. West Ham 2 fouls and Villa have made 4. So it's all very dull and dreary so far, not much happening. We may not be joined this afternoon by the rest of the moderating team. That doesn't mean they're not watching the game and having an impact, because we have a message from Bristol Hammer, who, of course, is the tactical member of the bunch, you might say, who's very good at keeping an eye on what's going on in the field and seeing little things that perhaps the rest of us might miss. And Briz, who is in a pub right now, actually waiting for dinner. He might well have his dinner by now, because this message has been sitting waiting for me to read out for a few minutes. But Briz says, we're attacking using a 2-4-3-1, which is leaving us exposed, as Johnson's positional play at right back hasn't been good. Villa are pinging the ball wide and exploiting the lack of cover. Also, Fredericks is playing as an overlapping fullback, which is pushing Bowen central and making us too narrow. Johnson isn't, which is why we look better down that side. Rio, any thoughts on that tactically? Here we are halfway through the first half. Drinks break now. What are your thoughts on the way we?
Briz has got that spot on as per usual. All our attacking threats coming down the right hand side. It's the only way to utilise Fredericks, really, because again, his defensive abilities aren't his strong point.
Yeah,
his paces, his ability to get forward, his crossing is decent at times. It's hit and miss, but it can hit the mark. So it's only kind of natural that we go down that side and utilise what we can with the pace. Johnson, young kid, just like a bit more defensive. He's also got Fornells in front of him, so obviously the defensive duties are more to the fore for him today. So I think Briz has got that spot on. And just going back, I've been so bored by most of this first half. I've been checking when that shirt was released.
Yes.
I knew it was the Mike Small era. It was 1991-92 season. We had that Argentine style kit. So I remember him wearing it at Highbury when we did the 1-0 there.
The Mike Small era. There's a phrase you never thought you'd hear.
It was a pony season, wasn't it? It was an awful season.
Mike Small
talking of, was it a pony season? Were they sponsors that year, or was it Butler or someone like that? I'm just trying to think.
Butler that season.
It was Butler.
Pony come a couple of years later.
The Mike Small era, indeed, summing up West Ham United in the 1990s.
If we needed a name for a podcast, that's it there, isn't it? It could always be like a little combo band, guitar, drum and bass, call themselves the Mike Small era.
It could have been worse. It could have been a Mitchell Thomas experience.
Happy days. West Ham in the 1990s, not really hitting the heights that we'd previously been accustomed to. But there you go. Of course, as Rio rightly points out, even Mike Small had his moments, scoring that winning goal that we just referred to. We're 27 minutes through the game anyway, coming back to matters of 2020. I'm still shocked that kit's quite that old, actually, thinking about it. I didn't think it was that old, but there you go. We're coming up to 28 minutes gone, where West Ham, perhaps, are we getting a bit more into this, a bit more control of the game, Pinky, now? I mean, we seem to be playing a lot more in their half than perhaps the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say, but I think we're playing well within ourselves. It's our lads really do have the look of the the executive taxis are all booked, that they're ready. They'll be lined up at Rush Green tomorrow morning. The players are going to go in, do their way in, get their diet sheets, and then they're all going to head to Spain. Oh, no, they're not, because that no longer is a destination they can go to. So they'll all be on private jets, probably going to Dubai, I would think, something of that nature. And we'll see them all in a fortnight. So they've got that air about them that they want to get on holiday. And who can blame them? Who can blame them?
We've just seen Pablo Fornells try to play Jared Bowen in with a nice little ball with the outside of his right foot, just a little bit too strong, just slightly overhit, but a nice idea nonetheless. And we're, as you can tell, we're really grasping for things to talk about as far as the game's concerned, because nothing's happening. I say that we've had 5 shots so far, West Ham 2, Villa 3. But in terms of the quality, we're just seeing Michail Antonio try to, well, he's actually ended up putting Tyrone Mings on the deck, and it's a free kick to Villa. Antonio protesting his innocence, but Mike, you're not going to get that one, big man, I don't think, any day at all. Just really... Just pushing his man off the ball there. But 29 minutes gone. West Ham United 0, Aston Villa 0. A quick look around the rest of the Premier League to see what's going on. Chelsea and Wolves 0-0. Leicester, Manchester United, quite a lot riding on that game, of course. No goals there, which means Manchester United, good for Manchester United. Leicester need to win that one, of course. Down at St Mary's, Southampton being beaten by this season's surprise package, Sheffield United. Can I get a boo?
You can get a boo for Sheffield United. Although I have to say, their manager, to his credit, probably manager of the season. If we're being fair about it, but we're not going to be fair about it, because they fleeced us for 30 million quid or thereabouts, and I wish nothing but destitution, harm, capitulation, 0 points till the end of time for Sheffield United. Yeah, give us our money back, because the reason we are playing in this crappy stadium is because we went skint due to that 30 million quid. I'll never blame the Icelandics. It was the 30 million on the Tevez deal that's really ruined our club's finances forever. Yeah,
no disagreements from me there. Of course, that's the incident Pinky referring to, the out of court settlement that West Ham reached with the Blades, who we at KUMB nicknamed the Vultures thereafter, which cost West Ham 30 million, and we'd already had to pay a £5 million Premier League fine a year before that, I think it was, before the tribunal, for having the temerity to put Carlos Tevez in the team, a Premier League fine, prior to the Wigan game, I think it was, wasn't it? And he still came out for the last 3 games and played a part.
I mean, if we'd had Man City's lawyers, we wouldn't need Man City's money now. It's the way of the world, isn't it? And at the end of the day, that money was frittered away by Sheffield United, but it really hurt our football club, and I think a very unfair outcome for us. That was very unfair.
Yeah, for anyone who's interested in doing a bit of research or looking at the history of that, there's I've just seen West Ham win a free kick in a dangerous position about 35 yards from goal. Fornells goes down. But there is a big interview that Noam and I did with Scott Duxbury, who, of course, as we mentioned earlier, is now at not directly, but it's there in the Q&A section of KUMB's archives. A big interview we did just after that case. Scott Duxbury explaining to us why he decided to settle out of court and not push it any further after that dreadful, horrendous scandalous decision was made by Lord Griffiths to fine West Ham and deem that Carlos Tevez was worthy of 3 points at least on his own. The most bizarre decision you'll ever hear. We're just seeing a free kick come in from West Ham and it's blazed over the bar. Declan Rice on that one. 32 minutes gone. 3 shots each, that is, I think. Rio, we're still just going back to that Noble laying it off to Rice. And, it's high and wide, but we're not even close to a goal yet, Rio, are we?
No, I think, what was it, the header from Samatta for Villa, Antonio's poor finish. There's not been a lot of quality on show, is there? And the players seem to be scared of getting the ball on the foot, the foot on the ball. Yeah. Taking a bit of time, looking for a bit of quality. It's just not happening. If this was a pre-season friendly, you'd be wanting your money back at the moment, let alone something where Villa got potential Premiership status riding on it.
That may not be the case any longer because there's been another goal at the Emirates. Arsenal. In fact, there's been 2 more goals at the Emirates as I speak. My ticker has just ticked over again. I was just about to say it's Arsenal 2, Watford 0. Oh no, it's Arsenal 3, Watford 0. I don't know what's going on there, guys. I don't know if you could perhaps see what's happened. There must be 2 goals within a minute or two because it looks like Villa are safe now. With Watford almost definitely on the way down. Villa, nothing to play for really. Rio, anything on those goals, or Pinky? Do we know what's going on there at the Emirates?
Tierney scored after 24 minutes. Yep. I'm waiting for confirmation of the third.
Okay.
Villa's still on.
Aubameyang's got the third.
And the second, that's his second, wasn't it, Pinky? I think.
Yeah.
Aubameyang,
yeah.
We're just seeing Rice a little bit late there. I think it's accidental. He's gone down on the toe of an opponent, but as it stands, Watford, I think that's it. Can we see any way back for Watford, Pinky, from now?
No. I mean, they're done now. That's a team that's just said, you know what, club's done. We'll all just tell our agents tomorrow, find us a new club, and that's Watford. I think in real trouble as a club now, because I think their owners, they get through managers like I get through T-shirts. It's not a happy ship. There's something not been right there since the restart. Yeah. And, the start of the season was dreadful for them. They've never really recovered from that. Nigel Pearson came in, got them going a bit. But we'll never know the truth of it. But something happened in the aftermath of their heavy defeat against ourselves. And I'm afraid that was the moment they truly got relegated. So today, Arsenal are putting the final nail in the coffin. But losing 3-0 to Arsenal, seriously, it's not a good look. Not for anyone. I mean, if our ladies team lost 3-0 to Arsenal, I'd be calling for heads to roll because it's not a great Arsenal team at the minute. But looking at this now, Bournemouth, they can still get out of it if we score 2 against Villa. Bournemouth will still survive the way things are at the minute. So. Villa have plenty to play for here. And I'm very surprised that they're not chucking more at it in terms of at least trying to get something. But as Rio said, you'd want your money back if you'd paid to watch this. And I'm not entirely certain it's a behind closed doors game. I just think there's 60,000 people already downstairs in the bar. I mean, they could all be there, but no one's going to sit in their seat and watch this.
That's very true. It's very, very. No, of course. I mean, you're absolutely right. Of course. I mean, even though Watford are almost certainly doomed now, it's still quite a bit for Villa to play for, of course, because if they concede here against West Ham, Bournemouth really in the sort of driving seat in terms of who could stay up. That is it now, and it looks like Watford are definitely gone. So it's Watford and Norwich pretty much down. So it is now. It's a 2-horse race. Started off as a 3-horse race at the beginning of the afternoon. Watford are pretty much gone. We can't see them scoring 4 times against, or at least 3 times. Of course, a draw would have been enough for them to keep their head above water and Bournemouth. But it's not going to happen now by the looks of things. Arsenal 2 goals from Aubameyang and Tierney. Rio, was it Tierney, did you say? The second goal?
Tierney got the second,
Tierney with the second goal. And so 36 minutes gone, Arsenal 3, Watford 0. Bournemouth still leading at Goodison Park, beating Everton 1-0. So they're doing Eddie Howe's side doing all they can to keep their place in the Premier League. But it may not be enough, because if Villa stay level on terms with West Ham, Bournemouth will drop regardless of how well they do today. But it's still really close, though, isn't it, Rio? As you said, well, Watford have gone, but it only takes one goal from West Ham, and then Villa have, they've got to push on and score themselves. So, if you're Dean Smith, what are you thinking right now? Just sort of, are you thinking, do we go for the goal and make it absolutely safe? Or is it a case of, look, we're safe right now, let's just keep it that way and keep things tight?
He should be thinking, we need to go for this. We need that one more goal just to wrap things up and have it in our own hands, because it only takes one bit of magic, one bit of genius. We've got plenty of attacking options, not only on the pitch but on the bench. We can make life very uncomfortable for them. Just like to go back to the forum. Wolf 359 has put that goal line technology failure could be interesting. Villa are currently surviving just down to that, and that's the very valid point. I know we brought it up before the game, but it's come to the fore at the moment.
Isn't that the truth? This is what we're saying, wasn't it? We're just coming back to the game quickly. We've just seen a deep cross from Antonio towards the far post, looking for Souček, who's burst into the box as our target man there. And even he couldn't get on the end of that one. It was just a little bit too high. But Pinky, of course, what Wolf says there is absolutely right. That goal now, or that disallowed goal, or it wasn't even disallowed, was it? That ignored goal, I suppose, it's keeping Villa in the Premier League.
Absolutely. And whilst I said beforehand that I didn't think anyone would resort to litigation, the amount of money at stake in this game these days, who knows? Somebody could. I don't think they'd get very far, but it just shows the folly of having so-called faultless technology being given so much responsibility without thinking about, well, what do you do when it goes wrong? What happens then? And, there'll certainly be an aggrieved set of supporters somewhere. But for my money now, I'm looking at this Villa team here. They're not trying to score. They're trying to keep a clean sheet here. And I'm pretty sure in the second half, we will see an Aston Villa with 10 men behind the ball. It's just, they know at the minute they're okay. I'll go that far. Bournemouth, doesn't matter if Bournemouth win 20-0. As long as Villa don't lose, that's what it's down to now.
One thing, thanks, Pinky. One thing I'm seeing here, Rio, today. Now, the last few weeks, Mark Noble has been absolutely immense since he was benched. We've just seen a cross coming from the right from Ben Johnson. There's not even a West Ham player in the box. Shocking stuff, really. But I was just going to say, one thing we've seen in the last few weeks, Rio, is Mark Noble sort of pushed in to that kind of attacking midfield role that perhaps we saw him in a bit during the early years of his career. But today seems to be playing a lot deeper once again.
Yeah, it's not helped our cause whatsoever. We've got three midfielders sitting far too deep, getting in each other's way, and there's been no cohesion to the play. There's no link to Antonio up front. We're not getting Bowen and Fornells involved in the game as we should do. He really needs to resort to that more attacking position, because he's thrived in it the last few weeks and he's looked worthy of another year starting position. But it's just not suiting either him or us at the moment.
Yeah, very strange. I'm not quite sure why David Moyes has opted to do that. We've just seen a yellow card for, I was going to say Joe Dolce there, for Samatta, for following through on Angelo Bono. Looked quite innocuous to me. I didn't really see a yellow card in that. And West Ham have consequently won a free kick for a foul on Mark Noble. It's lofted into the box and it's cleared easily. Pinky, have West Ham got the necessary guile and quality to prise open this Villa defence and score the goal that could put them in trouble?
I think they've got the guile and the quality. I think there's a little bit of a lack of desire at the moment, because the game doesn't actually mean very much to West Ham today. Whereas it means an awful lot to Aston Villa. So our players, the margins are always very, very fine. Our players will give a professional performance. But are you going to risk breaking a leg going into a challenge today when ultimately Your bonus is probably not going to change. You know already whether the manager fancies you or not. You're not going to risk it. You know, the 11 that started today aren't playing for contracts or futures. Maybe the boys on the bench might take a different view.
Yeah.
But I think even some of those would say, do you know what? Whether it's West Ham or another club next season, I'm getting the 70, 80 grand a week. This is the classic game for Aston Villa where they go, this is a gift from the gods. We're playing a team with nothing to play for, really. And we might get out of this because of that. And that's why you've got to win your games early in the season. You know, if you leave it to the last day, you might be up against a team that's nothing to play for, or you might be playing a team that is fighting for the life, same as you are. But today it looks like Villa are going to get lucky.
Thanks, Pinky. Just going to say, we've just seen Grealish go through again another late challenge on Issa Diop. Yet again, it's gone unpunished. It's 3 or 4 that we've seen from Grealish this afternoon. I know he's had his critics for doing that a little bit at times, but we've certainly seen it so far. But no, not been censured at all yet by today's match officials. So we'll watch that one as it goes on. Talking about being fancied, as you were referring there, Pinky, talking about the managers. It seems you have a fan of your own on Yahoo chat. Martin Ferraro says, hello, who is the pink Palermo? And follows that up with a comment stating, a very cute man. So I don't know if you want to come back on that one, Pinky?
There's no way back from that. There really isn't. Whatever I say, I'll be trouble here, aren't I? Well, good afternoon, Martin. I hope you're enjoying it wherever you are.
And it sounds like he is.
Moving swiftly along. If I could be so bold, I've completely lost the train of thought here now. But Rio, say something. I'm done with that comment. Yeah.
Okay, Everton have equalised. So Bournemouth are back in the mire. And Watford have pulled one back at Arsenal. Troy Deeney, I think, from the spot. So maybe all's not lost. It's a terrible Arsenal side, isn't it?
Yeah, it's it absolutely is. I've lost it completely now, I'm afraid. I don't know what's going on, but let's try and regain some composure and appear a little bit professional. Anyway, good to see. Thank you, Martin. I'm sure Pinky genuinely appreciates your comments.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Watford 3-1 down. Now, maybe it's not all over. Maybe we spoke too soon. Could they be getting it back? Who knows? Manchester City 2, Norwich 0. Looks like Norwich are going to end the season the way they've played the last 9 or 10 games with a defeat. Liverpool have equalised at Newcastle. So goals beginning to go in elsewhere. Burnley, this is important, of course, for us. Possibly the most important one so far. Burnley have equalised against Brighton, which means West Ham moved back above Brighton in the live league table. Brighton momentarily moved above West Ham with having taken the lead, but a goal for Burnley, and hopefully one of the guys can tell me who scored that in just a moment, has put us back into our 15th place. Bournemouth. Now, am I seeing a second goal for Bournemouth here, guys? Everton had, of course, equalised, but we're right on the cusp of half-time, and it looks like the Cherries may have regained the lead. What have we got on that, fellas? Anything?
Yeah, it's Solanke scored. There you go. Their big money signing. Maybe he's coming good at the death for them there. So, he's got a goal. It's 2-1 Bournemouth.
Great stuff. It keeps everything interesting here anyway, because it means that once again, one goal for West Ham and Villa in deep trouble. Couple of comments, a couple of other comments from the chat. Rio, I'll come to you in just a moment, and we'll look at the match thread on the forum. We haven't really been to it much, have we, in this opening half? Spencer Neal says it feels like a 16th versus 17th game at the moment. I guess it kind of is, Spencer, really, isn't it? Pretty much. Steve Palmer says another boo for evil Count Duxbury. He's had a few of those over the years, hasn't he? From West Ham fans. Rio, what's going on the match thread on the forum? Have we managed to wake them up at all?
Yeah, there's a few more coming in at the moment. Aaron Dino, a new one for me, has made a very valid point. Why are our throw-ins so pathetically awful? He really doesn't get it. Every other team has players marked and actively running away from the throw-in taker while marked. Been like it for years. Is it a Moyes thing? It's not. We're just absolutely, we have no movement whatsoever. So it's a very valid point from Aaron now. But there's a lot of chat really about what's happening elsewhere in the league.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Bournemouth situation, the Watford situation, making this a little bit more interesting. There's not a lot happening in our game, so everyone's kind of deflecting their attention to that. Mr. Solanke's goal for Bournemouth, it was a rather expensive signing for them. I think it's £16 million. Mm-hmm. And I did mention early in the season that Eddie Howe, when he does spend money, he doesn't spend it wisely. That's only his third goal for the club, I believe, in the league. It's not a lot of return, is it?
No, not at all. Not for that much money, but I guess it could be the goal that keeps potentially Bournemouth in the Premier League. We shall, of course, wait and see what happens there. At the moment, it's not going to be good enough because Villa are standing firm here at West Ham as we enter.
Is it wrong of me to be hoping for a Jack Grealish own goal in the 90th minute to send his own team down? Is that wrong of me?
Not at all. Not at all.
I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so.
Because that would be funny, wouldn't it? I mean, let's be honest about it. You know, the hero, the one they idolise, who's been so good, they are fourth bottom. There you go. I'll remind everyone. You know, the brilliant Jack Grealish has driven Aston Villa to the heights of fourth bottom. Okay?
That's it. That's half time. It's been a not particularly exciting first 45 minutes at the London Olympic Stadium. It is West Ham United 0, Aston Villa 0. Jack Grealish, as Pinky was just talking about there, his contribution has been the grand sum of about 5 fouls so far, and quite how he's not gone in the book so far, I'm not really sure. I think he did have a shot, didn't he? But West Ham haven't really asked enough questions, have they, so far, Rio, in this first half?
No, I mean, it looks like two teams that were on holiday. John Terry's been sent round to the club shop to get some claret and blue deck chairs because they fit both sides, don't they? Yeah, just a lack of quality, a lack of intent, really, which is really surprising from Villa. We said they need to score a goal to be certain of their Premiership status, but they've offered nothing, really. We even offered a lot in return, but no, it's a pretty shocking game, to be honest. Someone on the forum just mentioned that there was a nasty stamp by McGinn there. BT seemed to ignore it, and so is the referee. Mm-hmm. And someone's wondering, has Grealish got immunity from a yellow card today? Because he's been putting himself about a little bit as well, hasn't he?
He certainly has, hasn't he? As we've pointed out, 4 or 5 tackles that seem to have gone, have gone unpunished. And seem to have. They absolutely have gone unpunished. I just wonder if someone, maybe Kevin Nolan or someone like that, might be making that point to the referee at half-time, that it's something that he needs to watch in the second half. You would like to think so from West Ham's point of view. Anyway, first half stats. Should we have a look at those? We said after about 25 minutes, West Ham had enjoyed, I'm not sure that's the correct word, but 60% of possession to Villa's 40. It's exactly the same at the halfway stage. It stayed West Ham 60% to Villa's 40%. We haven't actually done an awful lot with it because all West Ham have created is 3 shots so far, and they haven't managed to muster a single one on target out of those 3. Villa, for their part, for their 40% possession, have managed to create 4 shots, 2 of which have been on target, neither of which have tested Lucas Fabianski. It's been that sort of game. 1 corner so far. Villa, the only corner of the first half. Fouls, 15 fouls in total, pretty much half and half. West Ham have committed 7, Villa 8. There's nothing between them, Pinky. Is there at the moment, these 2 teams?
No, there isn't. And you know, if it stays how it is, both teams will be happy with that, in the sense of our players will go on holiday injury free, and the Villa players will have survived. But you know what the game desperately needs is a West Ham goal. I mean, it desperately needs a West Ham goal, because then Villa have got to come and play. They've got to come and do something. And where I'm Moyes at the minute, I'd be tempted to just give Villa the ball a bit more in the second half, because even when teams don't really want to come at you, if you give them the ball often enough, they won't be able to resist it. They'll come forward, they'll leave some space at the back, and hopefully then we can exploit that. But at this point in time, if you're Eddie Howe down in Bournemouth, you're just praying for a West Ham goal. You really are, because for his team, win 30-0. Doesn't matter a jot now. Doesn't matter a jot. They need West Ham to get a goal. Simple as. Yeah,
we thought Watford were down and out as well, 3-0 down after just like 32 minutes at Arsenal. But I think it was a Troy Deeney penalty has given them a lifeline there. It's still highly unlikely that they're going to be able to come back and score 3 more goals, because obviously they need to better Aston Villa's result. A draw is not good enough for what they will need to win. So we shall see what happens there. A couple of comments on the chat. Steve Palmer says, "No, Pinky, it's not wrong of you," in reference to Jack Grealish. He says he's a smarmy git, and I would love it if an own goal sends them down. So a kindred spirit there in Steve Palmer. Polaroid says, "Yay, half-time. Been looking forward to it." Yes, haven't we all so far? Nothing really excited, nothing to get excited about in the first half. And Metlin both says 3 odd watch-alongs, drinks with, can't disagree with PP. So PP, lots of fans of what you're saying there. I should say, of course,
only one thinks I'm cute. Only one thinks I'm cute. I mean, let's.
Don't start that again. Don't start that. Well, the only one that's confessed to it so far, we don't know. You might have a veritable army of followers and out there. We never know. Do let us know if you think Pinky is particularly cute and looking.
Don't go there, Graham.
Looking in the burnt orange top today. Let us know what you think, because there's nothing happening in the game. I was just going to say, Pinky, the boomerang is back in situ. Of course, went out for the day. You took it out to the rising sun the other day for the afternoon. It helped us to a vital win. A vital draw at Manchester United, and it's back above your head today.
Yeah, I mean, it came in very handy sitting in the pub, because they've done all the social distancing. They've done all the stuff where it's table service only.
Yep.
And boomerang, I could just wave above my head, and magically another pint would appear. And so, full marks to the bar staff there that night. They were paying close attention. But Sunday afternoon tends to get very busy in that particular pub. So I thought there'd be a bit too much background noise down there today. And with the excitement that's been served up for us here today, I mean, I really wish I'd got to the pub, frankly, because heavens above, this has been poor so far. This is poor.
Yeah, it's just Rio. We need a goal here, don't we? I mean, even if it's for Villa, we just need something to sort of get excited or be able to talk about. Nothing happening so far.
No, it's very flat, very stale. We need something to open the game up. I don't want it to be from Villa though. Let's score. Let's make them chase things. Let's get them their sphincters kind of flapping away. I'd just like to point out on a forum, three of our posters, D. Joe, Funky Chicken, WC Pete, I've all made the point about Antonio. He's already in the book. A couple of reckless challenges delayed there. They're kind of asking him to be subbed at half-time rather than be red-carded. And I think it's got a valid point. He looks tired. He's got not a lot of support out there. And, the last thing we need is a red card for him.
Oh, here's a question for you guys, and I don't think they are, but... are cards carried over to the following season? They never used to be. I don't know if there's potentially a rule change being made there.
Red card should be.
I think if it's a straight red, it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be the only one. There's something like violent conduct or what have you.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm not sure. I mean, other than that, I mean, we know the first game of next season is going to be Man City away. We're going to lose 5-0 anyway. So even if Antonio was banned for a game, bothered. But I wouldn't sub him off. I'd actually take the view, be a professional. Mikhail, don't get booked. Trevor Brooking managed a career without it. So we're asking you to do it for 45 minutes, son. So no, don't give the player the easy option there. Not for my money. Leave them on. Do your job.
Mikhail, I think we missed it in the commentary, but Mikhail Antonio was booked in the 23rd minute. The first player of the match booked. Villa later had Samatta booked 4 minutes from half time. Well, actually, it was the 41st minute, so it was about 8 minutes from half time. It should have been 4 minutes from half time, but it never works that way. As it stands, Bournemouth, Watford tied on 34 points in the Premier League. Aston Villa currently safe with 35. We said all those weeks ago it would take 36 or 37 points, chaps, if I recall correctly. Looks like it might be a couple less than that, a couple fewer than that as things stand. Pinky.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm just distracted by the fact that I'm leaving KUMB and I'm joining BT Sport because I've just seen that if Robbie Savage can get a job there every Saturday or Sunday afternoon, then surely I can. I mean, look at the state of it.
Is he at home? He's not in the studio again, is he?
He's looking shocking. I mean, no one's phoning up saying he looks cute. That's for sure. Not on today's showing, but no. I mean, for me this afternoon now, 45 minutes. You're Dean Smith. What do? Do you hold on to what you've got? Do you say 10 men behind the ball and say, come and break us down, West Ham, or do you say, I want the security of a 1-goal lead, and if we concede late, it doesn't really matter. And it's very risky just to go for the 0-0. It really is, because we know what would happen if it was West Ham in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rio, obviously, you made this point earlier on that it's a big risk, isn't it? You're putting everything on the game staying 0-0. It takes one moment, doesn't it, for a goal, as we say, one tiny little error, one mistake, one piece of superb skill from a West Ham player. I know it perhaps seems like an oxymoron, but it doesn't take much, does it? And then they've gone. They may not have time to come back and score.
Yeah, it's not even. I mean, so we've got loads of attacking options on the bench we could utilise. A little bit of magic from Lanzini, something special from Anderson. You just never know. But it's not that. I mean, there's a couple of posters on the forum also mentioned, and I'm going to quote here, Dwight 1970. Every time I see Michael Oliver, I wonder, does he have something against us? He's just a poor referee. Seems to do so much in our favour, but judges everything that could go against us. And that's the thing. He's had a bit of a shock at a day. Most referees do, to be honest. Mm-hmm. But he only takes one refereeing error, one yellow card, one red card, and Villa could be back in the mire due to the officials. He's got to go for it. He has really got to go for it to preserve their status and be sure. He'll probably be back in the dressing room now, looking around the scores around the league, but you can't do that. You just cannot do that. You've got to go for it.
It's a real tough one, isn't it? As I guess if you're in that situation, Pinky, they are safe as it stands. If it stays like this, they're in the Premier League next season. But as we said, it only takes one moment of magic, one dodgy refereeing decision, as Rio points out, and it could all go wrong for Villa. So I mean, if you're Dean Smith, what would you be telling the boys right now?
Honestly, 10 men behind the ball, and defend for our lives, because at this point in time, it's in their hands. Mm-hmm. No question about it. Doesn't matter what Bournemouth do. Watford, I think, have done. They're not getting 3 goals back at the Emirates. So it's in Aston Villa's hands, and probably the biggest risk to them as a team is if they pour forward, they'll leave the hole behind them, and we would exploit it. So I would really be inclined to say, do you know what? We'll leave one guy up top, just as an out ball, but the rest of you, just don't get too adventurous. Don't leave space in behind you. And this is a West Ham team. Yeah, they've got plenty of class and plenty of options on the bench. But are they bothered today? Are they really going to run that bit harder? Mm-hmm. So no, if I was Dean Smith, I'd hang on for a 0-0. I really would.
I can imagine, actually. I mean, you can imagine, Rio, if they did actually go for it and try and score that goal. Imagine, if they did that, and as Pinky says, they left the space at the back and West Ham were to capitalise, he'd get slaughtered, wouldn't he? If you tried that as a manager. I guess he's got no choice, really, is he? In some ways.
Oh, definitely. I think he's completely right, though.
Yeah.
He would get slaughtered. He would get crucified. We're playing it with his hands a little bit. We've shown no real intent ourselves. All the players that have been really key to our kind of our push for survival this year played really key roles in the last few weeks. And Sean, they've not been involved in the game. Have we seen Souček anywhere? He's fleeting glimpse, if that. Antonio's been off form.
Yeah.
Bowen has been full of running, full of energy, full of work rate. He's been pretty anonymous, you know. And that's three, 4 key players that really aren't showing up for us. We look like we're on the beach more than they do. It's painting Villa's hands. It's making their job a lot more easy than it should be.
I suppose one of the problems you face here, Pinky, is if you're David Moyes, is that especially this season, there's not that many teams that come to West Ham and put 10 men behind the ball. You know, we're very used to going away from home against some of the bigger teams and doing that. But, you know, there's not many sides, even your Burnleys and your Watfords, they try and match us like for like, don't they, really? You don't see it. So I guess what I'm trying to say, I think, is that probably for Moyes and the players, this is quite an unusual situation in that the onus now is upon West Ham to break Villa down rather than, you know, the other way around as it usually is.
Yeah, it is. But that brings us back to desire, you know, because you're a professional footballer, you know, and you're there thinking, do I want to spend the short summer holiday that we're going to have this time in rehab on the club's physio table, you know, or do I actually want to spend 2 weeks in Dubai? And at this point in time, the players are fit, they're running around. Do you want to pull a hamstring? And then the club doctor tomorrow says, no holiday, you run at the treatment table. Do you want to, God forbid, break a leg? I mean, Yarmolenko's coming on and Haller are coming on. So they pulled off Antonio and they pulled off Bowen. So Moyes is giving a couple of players a chance there. So fair play to the manager. He can see that it's a little bit lackluster and he is making a positive change there. So good for him. But ultimately, why would I think that Haller and Yarmolenko are going to run around anymore? You know, because if they've been running around for the last 6 weeks, well, they wouldn't be on the bench today. You know, so for me, it comes down to players. Probably the heart's not in it today, and I can understand that. You know, they did the job. You know, over the last couple of weeks, they've won the games that mattered. They haven't lost games that matter, and they've done a good professional job since the restart. But maybe we'll see something a bit different here now with the changes. You know, at least the papers tomorrow won't be full of stories saying, and David Moyes didn't even try. He's bringing on his star striker. He's bringing on Yarmolenko as the game changer. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, interesting there. I you know, we were sort of saying, is West Ham's heart really going to be in it in going for the win? I guess that's the answer, Rio, isn't it? I mean, that tells us. I think it's the first time that Moyes has made half-time, especially 2 substitutions at half-time since Project Restart began. So he's obviously seeing something there he's not particularly happy with. But I mean, is that a fair point that, you know, it looks like Moyes is after that £2.7 million, even if the players aren't?
Very much so, I think. We looked a tired side in the first half. Yeah. But we looked devoid of ideas, devoid of like nous how to kind of break them down. So I mean, I'm a fan of Yarmolenko. I like the chaos factor he has. Haller's got the point to prove. So I'm just hoping that this attacking impetus will kind of drive us on, kind of force us into kind of putting Villa under pressure and making them work for their point. Someone had pointed out earlier, the Villa haven't kept a clean sheet away in the league this year.
Wow.
After that first half, I would have put my house on them keeping it because it wasn't great, was it? And but let's hope these double substitutions going to really kind of kickstart us a little bit and make this a game to enjoy rather than endure.
No shots on target for West Ham in the first half, as Rio rightly says there. We've just seen Villa. They've come out looking the more lively of the 2 teams and with the most attacking intent. So I kind of just wonder, Pinky, whether Dean Smith has said exactly what Rio was sort of alluding to at half-time, that, you know, he's not prepared either to sit back and, I mean, you made the point, and I think it's a good point. I mean, I totally agree. Oh, we've seen a chance here, and it's a really good chance for, I think it's McGinn, is it, Pinky?
Yeah,
He's
it
kind of
was.
scuffed it.
And, you know, I mean, rather than just stick his laces through it, he's not really caught the ball properly. And that was a good chance for Aston Villa. I mean, picking up on your point there about have they been told to have a quick go, I think they've certainly been told, look, West Ham aren't interested in this.
Yeah.
You know, so we might get something. But let's see how long it lasts, because the players will know. The players will know at this point in time they're safe. Someone will have got a message to them. And what we really want to hear now is a West Ham goal. That's what we want. You know, and then we'll see Aston Villa would have to play, really play.
Thank you, Pinky. A bit of a comedy of errors there, that chance actually for Villa. Low cross came in from the left. I think it was Samatta who took a swing at it and totally missed the ball. And then it found its way through to McGinn at the far post. And he's absolutely scuffed it. I'd go so far actually to say as it's the best chance of the game. And he's completely missed it. Villa, meanwhile, have got a free kick out on the right-hand side. And it looks like it shouldn't have been a free kick because it's been given for a foul, I presume. But it looks like we won the ball, actually. I'm not sure who it was. Pinky, did you see who that was? Who was involved in that? But
no.
he nicked the ball off him first before the Villa player. And this is a really dangerous free kick. It's whipped in to the far post, and it's actually really well dealt with by Issa Diop in the box, who's nodded it out for a corner. I think there might be. Is there going to be a free kick given here, or no? It looks like it's going to be a corner.
Never mind a free kick. There'll be a T-shirt in the club shop next week. I was there when Diop headed the ball.
Pinky, do you want to take us through the corner?
Yeah, okay. It's on the right hand side. So let's see who's lining up for it. Of course, they've not shown us the angle. It's an in-swinging corner, easily claimed by Fabianski. Good take by him, and he's trying to get something going, but of course it's snail pace now. Just releases the ball to Rice, and Villa have got every man back. There'll be no space. Pedestrian stuff from West Ham at the minute.
I don't think West Ham have even been in Villa's half in the opening 4 minutes or so, but coming on up to 5 minutes now. We've just seen West Ham go in Villa's half, as I say that. The commentator's curse, of course, is a lovely ball actually put out wide by Johnson to Fredericks, I think, who's burst inside. And it's a nice little break. It was a decent strike by Fredericks, but it was blocked by a Villa body, a desperate block to ensure it didn't go in. But some attacking intent at last, Rio, from West Ham, 5 minutes into the second half.
Yeah, I'm lagging a little bit behind, so I've yet to see it and enjoy it. Okay. So I'll look forward in anticipation of this. Going back to the forum, there's unanimous approval from everybody on there that those substitutions were the right thing. Has Moyes read our mind was one comment, but it's ultimately backed up with, for God's sake, West Ham wake up, because we're so lacklustre in the first 5 minutes. So there's been no real change in that thing. But I'm just watching it now. Fredericks coming forward. Oh, yeah. That was a shot, wasn't it? I haven't seen one of them for years.
Yeah, from Fredericks cut inside, let go.
Has just been booked for a challenge on Grealish.
No complaints there, Pinky, really, I think.
No, well, not at all. But let's see some consistency from the ref then. So,
yeah.
you know, I mean, Jack Grealish, what does he have to do? Use a chainsaw to go in the book himself. You know, he's lucky himself thus far, but Fredericks nailed on yellow card.
Quick hello to Lee Harrison. Good to see you on the stream, Lee. Stick with us. Let us know what you think of the game. We've just seen the free kick delivered to the far post, and it's just nodded out for a goal kick. No problem at all for West Ham. 51 minutes gone. West Ham still yet to conjure a shot on target in this game, which sort of says it all. Villa really have been in the box seat since half-time, looking the better team so far in this second half, even though West Ham made a couple of changes at the break. Antonio and Bowen being replaced by Andrei Yarmolenko, who I've not even seen yet, actually, in the second half. I wouldn't even know he's on. Or Haller, actually, to be fair. Not really been involved to any degree whatsoever. Palace.
Oh, good news. And Palace have equalised against Tottenham.
Yeah, great stuff. It doesn't really affect anything at that end of the table, but it's always nice to see someone score against Spurs, of course. No problems with that whatsoever. Should we do it? Let's just have a quick round up of the scores. Chelsea are beating Wolves 2-0, which is good news for Chelsea, of course, and their hopes of Champions League football next year. Leicester and Man United, Leicester City and Manchester United. Today's United v City game 0-0. Southampton and the Vultures 1-1. Newcastle Liverpool 1-1. Burnley have slipped behind. We have another goal at Burnley, who are now losing again to Brighton, gone behind for the second time, which means West Ham, of course, drop a place in the table. So not particularly good news there. It's still Bournemouth 2, Everton 1, Bournemouth 2, Man City 2, Norwich 0, Arsenal 3, Watford 1, Palace 1, Tottenham 1. Now, of course, here at Stratford, well, not here because I'm not there, but in Stratford at the London Olympic Stadium, it is West Ham United 0, Aston Villa 0, West Ham. 53 minutes gone without a shot on target yet in the game. We are looking for something a bit. We've just seen a pretty decent pass come out to the left to Ben Johnson, who's looking to burst forward, but West Ham just a little bit ponderous, and there's no real sort of drive or. I don't know. It's just something missing today out there, Rio, isn't there? That we've had in the last few weeks, perhaps.
There's lack of intent and lack of cohesion.
Yeah,
we're not getting our key players on the ball. When people do get hold of it, it seems like it's a bit of a hot potato. No one really wants to keep hold of it at all. We're playing far too deep in midfield. We're showing no real intent, and for me, we're 7 minutes into the second half. Both the changes made have not had any kind of contribution to make whatsoever. It's just like slow, pedestrian and stodgy. It's like a Sunday dinner on the football pitch, you know?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this now. But Johnson's got round the back and he's looked to lift across to the far post. Yarmolenko's taken it down, but I think it's Grealish who's won the ball, and Villa are now on the counter. Pinky.
Yeah, I mean, Yarmolenko there. I mean, I don't know what league he thinks he's playing in, but you're not going to get time in this league to bring the ball down on your chest in the box, tee it up on your favoured left peg and pull the trigger. I mean, there'll be 2 subs made before it finished doing that. Villa have torn up field. They've slung the ball across. Fabianski claims it. But, Yarmolenko there, I mean, who's he kidding? You will not get that time at this level in the box, the opposition box. Forget it.
Yeah, it's a nice little ball in from the left from for Villa. I don't know if it was Target who put the cross in, but it's kind of inviting someone to get on the end of it. But Villa players sort of no one really taking a chance. So as Pinky rightfully says, Fabianski down to smother the ball and save the day for West Ham. There's about 35 minutes left to go here. We are no closer to seeing a goal. West Ham still without a shot on target. Which will be interesting to see what the thoughts of the fan base are at the end of this game, if that's how it remains. I'm sort of going back to... You can't
fault those lads at Heineken, though. I mean, they've got the scoreline. They've invented a product to reflect it, 0-0. I mean, they're quick off the mark, aren't they?
They certainly are. A lot quicker than West Ham have been so far. I'm going to come back to it again. We mentioned it in the first half, fellas, but I don't like seeing Mark Noble play in this deep role. I think it stifles our play and affects our creativity. Perhaps he's a little bit... He seems to be playing quite sort of more on the left-hand side a bit this half. We've seen him sort of pick the ball up quite a bit there, but he certainly doesn't seem to be playing off the main striker, Pinky, as he has been at Norwich and at Man U, where it seemed really effective.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He's deeper and wider, and for me, we've just not been at the races today. And the managers had to make the change at fullback, but to me, this is more a case of out you go, lads. Don't get injured. You've done the job last week, and don't do anything too dramatic. And the whole game has been poor. I want to see what makes Sebastian Haller get angry. Get angry. I want to see him charging into someone, picking a fight with a couple of centre backs. Tell him something like the pizza order is going to be an hour late or whatever it takes. He's got a parking ticket. Yeah. Whatever it takes, but put yourself about a bit, son. 45 million. Yeah. And he's going around and say, excuse me, could I just have the ball, please? And oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'll let you, take it off me. Get angry, get involved. What does he want?
Well, we learnt yesterday that one thing his former club wants is paying for his transfer, because it seems that we spoke about this a few weeks back, and West Ham hadn't paid the latest payment, the latest instalment, and it's still the case. I think it was £5.4 million that West Ham were due to pay in May, hadn't been paid at the start of July. FIFA apparently got involved, were contacted by Eintracht, Heller's former club. We expected West Ham, of course, to pay that, and then there was the share issue, which raised £30 million to boost the club's coffers. We kind of all thought that would be when payment was made, but no, it's not happened. It's still outstanding. It's still not been paid. So
I'm sticking with my conspiracy theory of maybe we're trying to encourage them to take him back. You take him back, and we'll sort out some compromise on the money. Wouldn't be surprised if there's an element of that.
Yeah, well, it's a very, very unusual situation, of course, especially when West Ham, of course, we go back to the Alessandro Diamanti case around a decade ago, and when Brescia owed West Ham, I think it was about £2.5 million for that particular transfer. We made a big fuss. We've just seen the ball hurled into the box from the left. Haller, a real chance to get involved. Noble picking it out at the edge of the box, sends it right to Declan Rice. To Fredericks, who's looking to come inside. Yarmolenko and Fredericks combining again, but yet again, Villa with 7 or 8, 9 bodies in the box. There's just nowhere for West Ham to go in there. There's not really anywhere to go on what I was saying, actually, but I was just going to say that West Ham complained to FIFA about the Diamanti transfer. It's a little bit hypocritical, I guess, being, on the opposite side of things with Haller. But we shall see. Maybe Pinky is right. It would, of course, wouldn't be the first time with one of his little theories that we've spoken about in recent weeks. So we'll watch that one carefully and see what happens. West Ham beginning to get into the game now. This is good. Ben Johnson beginning to profit on the left. Once again, he sent a deep cross, and that's interesting. Is there a tug, Pinky? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Souček there?
I think you could have a shout for a penalty there. It very much looked to me like Souček had been pulled back, and of course BT not showing any replays on that just yet, but it looked in real time to be, a reasonable shout for a penalty.
Yeah, the ball was slung in from the left from Ben Johnson to the far post. I mean, we're all seeing a foul by Target on Mark Noble, for which West Ham have been afforded a free kick. Oh, we're just seeing it again now. So let's have a little look here, because it looked like a tug.
Yeah, no. To be fair, it was Souček tugging there, lad. And that's actually should have been a free kick to Villa for being truthful.
Yeah, Rio, are you up with the shit? Have you seen that the cross come in?
It's just coming now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we'll come back. We'll come back to that in a minute, because we've got a free kick in a very dangerous position. Pinky, you can talk us through this one.
And he's pulled the trigger, Yarmolenko, and just gone at the side netting. Nothing happening. It's boom. Not even on target from 18 and a half yards. Do me a favour.
Yeah, one of those, I guess, back in the day that Mr. Pyatt would have been on the end on that would have had every single one of us sitting on the edge of our seat expecting the net to ripple in a few seconds' time, I guess. But as Pinky says, nothing doing from Yarmolenko. He's not even hit the target. It's poor, and it kind of sums up the whole game so far. Rio, my apologies, my friend, for butting in there. What were your thoughts on that? Anything doing there with that challenge on Souček, or do you agree with Pinky that, if anything, it was a foul the other way?
Yeah, I've got to go with Pinky on this. It's interesting to see that Johnson in this second half has put 3 very interesting crosses in. It's not playing on his natural side. He's more of a right-sided defender. But, 3 times already, he's got down that left-hand side and put in some testing crosses. And let's hope he rises his confidence and we can create something from this. We've
just seen Trezeguet take a dive on the right. To his credit, I mean, if he's to be afforded any, he did take a little nick when there was a little kick at him. But the decision to dive came, Pinky, about 3 seconds later. And so, he can't really complain about that one, I don't think.
No. But again, Villa very much on the attack here. Again,
that is
free kick to the Villa in a dangerous area. I'd expect Grealish to to do a little bit of a show pony routine here now. You know, time to prove you're the £50 million man, young Jack, I think, here now. But, yeah, nailed on foul. No, you know, Rice is disputing it, but, you know, it is, yeah, he's tripped him there. So we're about 19, 20 yards out, just off the edge of the D. Good opportunity this should be for Aston Villa.
One thing's for sure, we're seeing the game begin to open up a little bit now, I think. Chances beginning to come for each team. It's taken us an hour. We could have had a bit of an extra dose this morning, but here we are. And Pinky, do you want to take us through this one?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a few stood around the ball, but it's going to be Grealish that hits it, I would think. So back he goes. What's he going to do? Launches the ball in, hits the wall, goes out for a corner kick. I mean, heavens above. Daniel Levy, you're welcome to him.
One good thing, I think, is that I'm actually up with you now on the stream, Pinky, having switched sides at half time. So that's one good thing. We're just seeing the quality of that corner about the same standard as we saw from Yarmolenko a few moments earlier, Rio. Nothing doing, but I will just take you through this corner for Villa quickly. It's on West Ham's left-hand side. They're lining up in the box. There's a bit of pushing and shoving. Sebastian Haller seems to have 3 men marked. It's delivered low to the near post, flicked on at the near post, but headed out by West Ham. And that kind of sums up, I think, Pinky, everything we've seen so far, really, the quality of that delivery.
Yeah, it's an afternoon when there hasn't been very much quality on show from either team, if we're being truthful. You know, it's got all the hallmarks of a game that says both teams would be happy if it stayed like this. I'm not seeing enough, and you know, maybe it's time that Moyes made another substitution, because you know, the lads that were on the bench this afternoon, well, do they want to stay at West Ham? You know, you've got to give them a chance to prove it. I think he's made his call on Jack Wilshere, that's for sure. There's no sign of him warming up, but we did see Lanzini having a bit of a warm-up a couple of minutes ago, so he may be the next one to be introduced.
West Ham with 2 substitutes already, both made at half-time. Seb Haller and Andrei Yarmolenko coming on for Mikhail Antonio and Jared Bowen, who, well, Bowen especially was a doubt following Wednesday night's draw at Manchester United, having been kicked to pieces by the Reds in that particular game. Antonio, of course, has been due a rest, really. We felt it might come today, but he's played for 45 minutes. Didn't really hit one good chance, I suppose, Rio, for Antonio in that first half. A very, very early chance in the 11th minute when he was put through by Diop and knocked it just wide. But it probably is West Ham's best chance of the game, isn't it, so far, that one?
By a million miles, yeah. And I think it's just indicative that Mikel's not a natural striker, is he? He got it the wrong side of his foot, kind of drifted slowly wide. And what with him being in the form that he is, you would put your money on him to nail that one. But yeah, very disappointing finish. Everything's just a little bit lackluster. I completely agree with Pinky that we need to make a change. I would be a bit more braver. I would put Anderson on, play him centrally, where Noble should be playing. Not that deep, but yeah, I just think we need a little bit of spark. And I think if Anderson has got any kind of future at the club, he would be the one to come on. But I think if he stays absent, it says a lot about his actual long-term future here.
Well, it doesn't look like he's going to be coming on right now, if indeed he will at all. But Manuel Lanzini, as Pinky mentioned a few moments ago, is about to come on. He's been given his instructions by Kevin Nolan. As I speak, they're just chatting over it. And I think Villa are about to make a sub, their first change of the afternoon as well. There's just 24 minutes left to go here. Still goalless in Stratford. As West Ham look to break down the right, we have a throw-in sort of about 15, 16 yards from the Villa touchline. But there is going to be a halt in play. Manny Lanzini, Pinky coming on. Can he produce a bit of magic that we need to win this one?
I doubt it. But, you know, in fairness to the manager, he's giving the player a chance. You know, and I think what we're seeing here this afternoon, if nothing else, is, let's be quite clear, Felipe Anderson, you know, get out your kit now, son. Talk to your agent because you're finished at this club, because this manager is making it very clear, I'm not picking you. The same for Jack Wilshere. He's making it very, very clear that he doesn't feature in his plans. Lanzini might still hang on for a squad position next year for no other reason. We might struggle to shift him. So, you know, for my money here now, he's pulled off 4-0, so I think it's been okay today. He's giving Manny Lanzini a game, but I'm not sure that we've got enough in it this afternoon. There's the difference between playing at 95% and 100%, you know, and those five percentage points it's the world of difference. I cannot believe if the situation was reversed and we needed something from this game that we wouldn't be running a bit harder. That to me is the test.
I think you're absolutely right there, buddy. I would agree 100%. Rio, we are on a drinks break, the second one of the match, the first of the second half. Chance to kind of just look at where we are at the moment. We have West Ham 3 substitutes on now. Of course, Villa have just made their first. Davis replaced Samatta, who had that opportunity to at least get a shot away right at the start of the second half, but took a swing, completely missed it. The ball fell to McGinn at the far post, who scuffed it and made it easy for Fabianski. Probably Villa's best opportunity to open the scoring of the match so far. But we've actually started again. Just a quick look around the scores before Rio. I'll come to you for a quick look around the match thread just to see what the latest is from the team of KUMB members chatting online at the moment. Chelsea 2, Wolves 0. Leicester, interesting one. Leicester 0, Manchester United 1, which will probably do for Leicester City's Champions League's hopes. Southampton, Sheffield United still 1-1. Newcastle are 2-1 down at home to Liverpool. Burnley still a game that affects West Ham. Burnley still 1 goal down to Brighton. It's Burnley 1, Brighton 2 at the moment. West Ham, Aston Villa, of course, 0-0. Now, this is interesting. This is particularly interesting. Pinky, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Tell us.
Absolutely. I mean, you can never bank on the Gunners, can you? Arsenal 3, Watford 2. I mean, who'd have thunk it? And it's one of their old boys, Danny Welbeck, gets the goal. So, you know, maybe there's still life, and you know the joy of this, the absolute joy of this. There'll be, you know, Elton John's watching that game somewhere in a hotel in Las Vegas, something like that, and he's really giving it the big one, and he's going, come on, and Elton, sorry mate, at the end of the afternoon, you're not still going to be standing because you're going down still. It's going to be an afternoon of glorious failure for Watford, and what better way to do it than thinking you're going to make a glorious comeback, but not quite.
I was trying to think of an old Elton John lyric there, but to follow that up. But the nearest I could come up with Watford's hopes of survival being little more than a candle in the wind. Very poor, I know. But we're just seeing the cross coming from
for a friend. That's what it'll be.
Yeah. That's the one. And it might be a case of Sunday night's all right for fighting in Watford High Street. Perhaps Absolutely. If they don't get out of it. But Watford, of course, Pinky says they've scored 2. They were 3-0 down after half an hour. It's 3-2. They could potentially get out of this yet. Who knows? A couple of goals needed still. Rio, Pinky, just while I'm keeping an eye on the other bits and bobs, I don't know if you guys can have a look at the table. If Watford were to win that one 4-3, and of course it's a huge if, does that help them at all, or do they still go down on goal difference?
I'm just going to check.
They go down on goal difference.
Okay, so they need a 2-goal swing, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they need to score 5. So I guess the chances of that are even slimmer. Of course, that will be immaterial if West Ham were to score, and we're just seeing West Ham burst forward on the right hand side now. Yama, it's a good tackle. It's a decent tackle. Target seems to have been involved a lot this afternoon. Fredericks, it was. My apologies, bursting down on the right hand side, trying to look and get a crossover. But he's Pinky Fredericks. One of the things he's pretty good at is overlapping, getting down the right hand side, delivering crosses in. Not always successful, as we know, but I can't think of more than one cross that he's put in this afternoon.
Is it enough to compensate for his defensive deficiencies? And it's almost a case of we need 2 teams. There's a team that will that should be good enough to beat the lower half of the table week in, week out. But when you start playing against the top 5 or 6 clubs, the players in our squad that aren't quite good enough, they get exposed very easily. And therein lies the problem, because to make that leap from being flat track bullies against bottom half teams to actually being able to compete against top 6 sides, and I'm not saying beat them every time, but take points off them regularly and so forth, it's a massive leap. And I don't see Fredericks being a player that's going to help us do that. He's one that I'd certainly say, you're our second pick next season. You're not first pick every week. You know, against the bottom half, he's fine. Against the top half, not for my money.
We've just seen a chance for Sebastian Haller. Rio, I don't know if you've seen that one just yet, but a ball delivered in from the right-hand side by Andrei Yarmolenko, found the head of Sebastian Haller. Again, it's wide of the target. West Ham still looking for that first effort on goal. But maybe, are there signs out there, Rio, now that Villa are perhaps sinking just a little bit deeper and, you know, just as Pinky said at half-time, sort of maybe just sitting, you know, just trying to rely on picking up a point here and that being enough?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they can see the end in sight.
Yeah.
All they need is that point. They must have not had news filter through regarding the other team's scores. But the deeper they sit, the more open they are to one of us picking up a little bit of magic, creating a little bit. We've been devoid of ideas, but the last, say, 15, 20 minutes, Ben Johnson's done well a few times, as I mentioned. Hilaire there, it was a decent chance. First time we've had a testing ball into him. So
should he have done better with that one, Rio? Sorry, should he have done better with that, do you think?
For £45 million, yeah. It's I don't. He's obviously ring rusty, isn't he? But for 45 million quid, both times he's had chances in the games that since he's been used as a substitute. I think it was against Chelsea, wasn't it? He scuffed at one and put that wide. Yeah. And this one, again, I think if he'd been playing week in, week out, he might have done better. But yeah, he's clearly not sharp, is he, at the moment?
No, he's certainly not. But I guess that's the difficulty, isn't it, of being a striker? It's one of those positions where if you're not scoring, you always feel under pressure. And of course, he's getting such limited opportunities to do that, playing 10, 15 minutes a game, as it has been for the last few games. We're into the last 15 minutes now. West Ham United 0, Aston Villa 0. As things stands, it's Bournemouth and Watford who are going into the Championship along with Norwich in about 15 or 20 minutes' time. But a goal for West Ham could change it all here. We've just seen a ball played over the top for West Ham. It's we have numbers, actually, for the first time. Yarmolenko's looking to get across and put a ball in. He's balled it over. There's nobody there, and Declan Rice has taken it, and it's high. Pinky, talk to me about it. I'm waffling here, but Declan Rice has had two or three of those, hasn't he, today?
He has. I mean, he's clearly the manager's had a word in training at some point and said, do you know what, Dec, you should pull the trigger more often.
Yeah.
Well, actually, do you know what? No, Dec, maybe you shouldn't. Not until you're in a better position. But, you know, that was a little bit better than ourselves. You know, we actually saw Haller get a bit angry there. He made a challenge for the ball, made sure he won it. And then that's what I want to see from him. You know, he had a bit of work to do, but he did what he had to do to keep the attack going. And we need to see that several dozen times a game from him. He's got to put himself out about a bit more. And we could all say, well, you know, I play better if I've got this person near me or that person near me. No, I'm sorry, mate. £45 million, you've actually got to do a bit more for it, you know. And you know, do you know what? I'd look good if Maradona was alongside me, but it isn't going to happen. You know, it's what I can actually generate if I get picked in the team that matters. And Haller needs to do more for it. He needs it.
Yeah, he certainly does. We've just seen a double change for Aston Villa. House and Gilbert coming onto the field, which, while we're talking about that, Jack Grealish has just gone down again, leaving his leg out to make sure he's fouled by Issa Diop. One of those that, you know, it's quite professional, but Diop, no chance of getting out of the way. It's about 20, what do we reckon, Pinky? 26, 27 yards from goal, this one?
Yeah. I mean, let's see what they can do here. I mean, from a Villa perspective, they've only got to get lucky once.
Mm.
Grealish slings it in, but again, it's the sort of thing. If you had Souček coming at the end of that, you'd back him to score. The Villa player, marked out of it. He puts his header over the top. In fact, it's Diop that's cleared it, I think.
Yeah.
So there'll be another T-shirt in the club shop. I was there when Diop headed the ball twice.
Diop, to his credit, he's actually having a fairly decent game, I guess, out there today. Doing pretty well, but we're not up against an awful lot out there right now. Rio, we'll just see this corner come in, Rio. Then I'll come over to you perhaps for another round up at the Forum, see what's going on there. It's on West Ham's right. It's taken short. Little 1-2's played in. Grealish is looking to fall over in the box, no doubt. He's had a shot and it's flashed across goal and it's out for a goal kick. No problem there. 4 West Ham players surrounding Jack Grealish there as he played the 1-2 with, I think, John McGinn. As he burst into the box, Fredericks, Yarmolenko, Noble, and Diop, I think it was.
Is Grealish wearing makeup? I mean, I honestly think he's probably spent longer prettying himself up to play today than he did putting his boots on.
We have another corner. McGinn swung it in, Pinky.
Yeah, he swung it in. I mean, we've coped with it in classic just head it anywhere style. We're now breaking with the ball, but Yarmolenko has it taken off his toes. Again, I'll repeat my comment. You won't get that much time in this league, Yarmo. Yeah. And, he's looking like a player that just can't keep up with the pace of our game here now. He's a bit too slow in terms of thought, for my money. West Ham have the ball here now. We're moving forward down the left. And again, it's a little bit scrappy, but let's see. Oh, showboating there from Haller. Thanks very much, son. Keep it simple. I mean, there's 2 or 3 of these here now that you'd say they are on the beach. They're not playing as if they normally would. Nice touch from Haller, though.
Yeah.
On the edge of the box.
And we'll have that. West Ham with a free kick, Pinky. And this is a dangerous position.
It is. So let's see who they'll give it to. I'm guessing they'll give it to Yarmo.
Again, Lanzini pretty much buying the foul. Haller laid it off to him, and I think Lanzini has totally bought that. Looks like he's left a leg out to go over. It is a foul, there's no doubt about it. But again, it's a bit like Grealish's one. This is a really, really promising position for West Ham. We are no more than a yard outside the penalty box. Almost dead centre, maybe a yard or 2 to the right-hand side. Pepe Reina looking nervous, perhaps for the first time in the game. What a chance. We are in the 80th minute. It'll be the 81st before it's taken. Who do we think? Lanzini perhaps looks like Pinky maybe on this now.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if ever there was a one to just scuff along the deck, it'd be this one. No, he's trying to chip it over the wall and did nothing. Easily handled by the Villa defence. And again, it's that man Grealish launches the ball forward. And they're just working the way upfield now. Goes out for a West Ham throw.
Rio, a stunning waste of a fantastic opportunity for West Ham there. Our best chance, really. But as we touched on it earlier, but isn't it times like this you're pining for the return of someone like Dimitri Payet, who, can whip those in from those sort of areas with, consummate ease?
Yeah, I go all misty-eyed thinking about his free kicks. It's something we didn't have forever for a long while, and we sadly miss it. I'm just watching the actual free kick now, and it's a typical West Ham one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's hit the defender. It seems to what we kind of practice. Just going on to the forum quickly. There's been a little bit of debate about a couple of our players. There's a little bit of a conflicting opinion on Ryan Fredericks. Someone thought Grealish had done the job I'm in all day, whilst another poster said that it did perform well. Grealish has been niggling at him.
Oh!
Sorry, Rio, just to cut in there. Pinky, Villa so close to taking the lead.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they've worked the ball well upfield. They knock it out left. Their lad cuts inside, pulls the trigger. To be fair, Fabianski got his angles absolutely right, and it's gone wide. But it's one of those that actually, if they had a player coming in at the fast stick, as they should have done, it'd have been an easy tap-in.
West Ham escape. To be fair, actually, it wasn't that close. I think it flashed out somewhere along the corner of the 6-yard box.
Game, that was a near thing. Yeah.
No question at all. Probably the closest we've come. Rio, my apologies for cutting you off there, buddy.
Also, what's interesting is Bournemouth have just gone 3-1 up. So a goal for us would send Villa down, I believe.
Okay. I'll leave you, if you would, to just check the... Yeah,
he's right. He's right. Rio sums us spot on there. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, that does make it interesting, of course. We've actually seen there's a couple of goals flying in as we've been speaking for the last couple of minutes in the less important game. Southampton now 3-1 up against Sheffield United. They were 1-0 down, I believe, at one stage earlier in the game. Watford are still 3-2 down. Man City now 4-0 up against Norwich. The Canaries shipping their customary 4 goals per game at the moment. But the big one, as Rio points out, it's Everton 1, Bournemouth 3 now. Bournemouth doing all they can. How frustrating, Rio, must it be?
Oh, it's 1-0 Villa. It's 1-0 Villa. And it had to be, didn't it? It just had to be. The makeup boy, the bloke I've been caning all afternoon, Jack Grealish, bangs it in. 1-0 Aston Villa, and the scenes at the London Stadium. Yeah, they're going wild. Absolutely wild.
84 minutes gone in this game. It's taken 84 minutes to find the first goal of the game, and it's not gone to West Ham. It's Aston Villa who lead, and it is that man, Jack Grealish, the one they pinned their hopes of survival on all season, and he is the one that looks like they've scored the goal that is going to keep Villa in the Premier League. He's dragged Ryan Fredericks out wide, and he's flashed. Fredericks should not be beaten from that side, really. It's a decent effort. It's flashed across Fabianski, the perfect place to put it as a striker. You go across the goalie, they tell you. That's exactly what he's done. But Ryan Fredericks, Rio, I don't know if you've seen the goal yet, but how has he got beaten there?
That's Ryan Fredericks for you, isn't it? When he hasn't got the pace to rely on, his positional sense isn't brilliant, is it? He shouldn't be beaten there, as you said. It's a great finish, but Fredericks has got to be stronger. He's got to be more aware. He's got to be more positionally sound. We can't make the mistakes. Oh, that is shocking, really. You've got to do better, Ryan. Absolutely much better than that.
I was just going to say, guys, Pinky, I'll come to you on this one. How much do you feel if you're a Bournemouth fan this afternoon? You've gone to Goodison Park, always a tough away game for any team. You're winning 3-1.
Oh, and in it goes.
And we're level. It's 1-1, Pinky.
Duties. Yeah. And again, another player I've been caning since he came on, Yarmolenko. Yeah. So, this is me. This is, if you want to know if karma exists, it does. Everyone I've been rude to this afternoon, he's proven me wrong. So we can expect a Sebastian Haller winner in the last 5 minutes. I think it's coming. But to go back to Fredericks, I mean, I might have mentioned previously, maybe once or twice, that he cannot defend. Yeah, I think I might have commented on that earlier. And I'm afraid he's a player that, if the opposition are going to say, we'll get a chance from him. I mean, it's a wicked deflection, and I think actually off Grealish in the end.
Yeah. How's your luck? For anyone,
a Grealish own goal to send them down. I mean,
we should have put money on that one. For anyone who remembers the 1990 World Cup semi-final between England and West Germany, well, when Peter Shilton was beaten by one of the most ridiculous deflections of all time, we've just seen exactly the same thing happen here to Jack Grealish. Yarmolenko has looked to line up a shot. It's taken an incredible deflection of Grealish and looped right over the head of the keeper.
I'm giving that to Grealish. I mean, who can deny him his moment of glory for Aston Villa? Yeah,
So Rio, I presume you've seen the goal now.
I've just seen it, yeah.
What an incredible 60 seconds that is.
and it just like emphasises the fact that my stream being 30 seconds behind, while used to are going about Villa's goal, then our goal, and I'm me just sitting here bewildered. It's just brings that like absolutely to the don't know. I'd like to point out in the lead up to our goal, young Ben Johnson again did very well. He won the ball back initially and fed it to Rice.
Yep.
But I think the greatest part about that goal, apart from the fact that it's Grealish who's been culpable for it, is the Yarmolenko's reaction. He looked absolutely bemused by it. He don't know whether to laugh or wet himself, to be honest. But yeah.
Either way, whatever, it's in the back of the net. We've gone from pining for a goal to having two in little more than the space of 60 seconds. We're just seeing a replay of the goal, and I mean, it's the keeper's. I mean, to be fair, he's not in a bad position for the shot, Rayner, but he's got his fingers on it, Pinky, but he just can't claw it out, can he?
I'll plead. I mean, we've brought on Anderson now for Noble, so that's another thing I've been proved wrong on this afternoon. Not having a good day here today, but we desperately need a West Ham winner now, because if the last moment in the Premier League is Villa's, goal coming off the boot of Jack Grealish, the pub beckons. I'm sorry, but we'll do a quick wrap up, and I'll be down there. And his drinks all round, because if you talk to your Villa fans, they'll tell you he's their best player. But I've actually got a sneaking feeling that maybe he's the reason their team doesn't really function as a team. Yeah. Because it's the classic, we'll just give it to Grealish and he'll have to do something, and it means other players don't take responsibility.
Manchester City 5, Norwich 0 now. Is the score. Liverpool scored another one at Newcastle there, 3-1 up. Watford are still 3-2 down at Arsenal, but all eyes now are upon Stratford, where Bournemouth have done what they need to do. They're 3-1 up against Everton. If West Ham score once more, we think Villa are going down. That will be it. That will be curtains for Villa. And who would have thought that a little more than 3 minutes ago, when Jack Grealish opened the scoring, which he duly celebrated the goal with everyone on the sidelines. They thought they'd done enough. Oh, no. It may not be the case. Less than 60 seconds later, West Ham equalised via a huge deflection from, who else? Jack Grealish, with Yarmolenko shooting, and it's 1-1. Villa have 1 minute of normal time. They're making another sub now as I speak. We're on around 89.5 minutes. El Ghazi coming on for Trezeguet, to waste a bit more time. But I guess, Rio, it all depends to see how much injury time we've got left now, and that'll be it. Villa, that's all it stands between Villa and another season in the Premier League. Yeah,
normally this kind of stage of the season, the referee just can't get off and pack his holiday clothes himself, so we only get about normally 1 or 2 minutes. Just looking at the forum, there's a lot of criticism for Fabianski over the Villa goal. Yeah, we was concentrating on Frederick's awful positioning. Yeah, Fabianski coughing it for quite a few members of our forum. So I'd like to see that again to see how culpable he was.
We have just announced that, thank you, 4 minutes added on. There are 4 minutes to go between Aston Villa, 4 minutes for West Ham to score to send Aston Villa back to the Championship. They've won a corner, so that'll waste another 35 to 40 to 60 seconds or so. They will obviously, Pinky, be in no hurry to take this, but it's turned out reasonably exciting, I suppose, at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exciting in a kind of like flash of thigh in a convent way. I mean, it really is, and that's even if the nun is a bit heavy in the thigh. But I mean, for my money here now, let's hope that the Villa try and waste time, run the clock down, do all the usual stuff, and don't quite pull it off, and we tear up the field and get a winner. Was it Man City years ago that thought that they could run the clock down, and they were told to run it into the corner or something like that, and they thought they'd done enough?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, play the game, play to entertain the 300 people that are there.
Yeah, we're less than 3 minutes to go now. Just over 2.5 minutes left. West Ham are all that stand between Villa and another season in the Premier League. Bournemouth, I was saying earlier, Bournemouth must be absolutely gutted. They've done all they need to do today. They've gone to Goodison Park and they're going to win that game there. They're 3-1 up. of course, it's all about what's happened before that. Didn't get enough points in the previous 37 games, Rio, as we see Dean Smith urging his boys on.
Yeah, no, they've been incredibly poor all season. I've mentioned my feelings on Eddie Howe and his transfer policy, his reliance on the players that got him through the leagues, possibly a season or two too long. And they're paying the price, aren't they? But you never know. If we snatch one here, we might have another trip down to Dean Court in next year. But it's not looking likely, is it?
No, it's not. We're inside the final 2 minutes of added on time now. The ball has been kept in West Ham's final third for about the last 3 or 4 minutes. West Ham can't get out of their own area, and that will, of course, suit Aston Villa down to the ground. They just need to hang on now with Watford on their way to defeat Arsenal, or at very best, even if they snuck a late equaliser, just a point, it's not going to be enough for them. Bournemouth are 3-1 up at Everton, but they're going to be going down. My stream has decided to freeze, Pinky, so I shall pass over to you, buddy, for the last 60 to 90 seconds or so.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see here now. What's going on? So I'm just trying to just quickly see how many goals that Manchester City have scored this season. 102 goals and you don't win the league. How hard is that? But yeah, I mean, it's just Villa just trying to run the clock down, keeping the ball in the corner as much as they can. But a very dangerous game to play because, as we saw at Crystal Palace a couple of seasons ago, Antonio made a wrong decision. And, 10 seconds later, we'd dropped a valuable point. So we launch the ball forward now. And, of course, there's no challenge for it here by our lot. Lanzini, I think it is, wins the ball in the middle there. And he just passes the ball straight to touch. So, Villa now, if they've got any smarts about them, they've got 20 seconds to survive. Yeah. Dean Smith not looking particularly relaxed, it must be said. All the Villa bench and all the rest of it on their feet, ready to celebrate, what is fair to say, an unlikely survival. They'll have done well to survive if in fact they do. Ball in deep in our half now, Fabianski, and it looks like that's it, I think. Is that it? Yep. So full-time goes at London Stadium. That is it. Villa survive.
Thank you, Pinky, for seeing us through the last couple of minutes there. That is it, as Pinky says. Aston Villa have saved their Premier League status. A 1-1 draw here this afternoon. This afternoon in Stratford at the London Olympic Stadium is good enough to keep Villa in the Premier League. Watford are, I think the game's still going, they're 3-2 down at Arsenal. They will be going down. And Bournemouth, who have done everything they needed to do today, they went to Everton, they're 3-1 up. But unfortunately for the Cherries, it's not in their hands. And 2 goals within the space of about 60 seconds, one for each team, one for Jack Grealish. And another for Jack Grealish a few moments later means Villa are the team who are going to stay up. That's the end of the season, gentlemen. It's finished. I know it's a bit early to kind of look back at the whole thing, but Rio, your immediate thoughts upon the climax of this year and today's game?
Probably the both have got the same comment attached to them. Thank God that's over. In terms of today's game, how can I put it? Slow, stodgy, inept, lackadaisical, dull. As in terms of the season, it promised much, delivered little in time-honoured West Ham tradition. We've assembled the most expensive squad ever, full of attacking intent, full of promise. We get unhinged by a rather unfortunate injury to our main goalkeeper, and we derail ourselves. And it took a worldwide pandemic and a bit of a break to kind of regroup, get organised, and trigger survival. Congratulations to David Moyes. He's bought very well in the January window. He's bought 2 key players who have really galvanised us and offered exactly what was lacking work rate, effort, and ability. But he's also made Michael Antonio into a target man and almost a striker. He still lacks that last deadly finishing touch, but you can't argue that. Was it 8 goals in the last 19 games? Can't argue with that. And we saw what he did with Marko Arnautovic. He's had a very similar effect to Antonio towards the end of the season, and it's kept us up, kept us safe. We're going back to Premier League grounds next year.
We are, and so are Aston Villa. Everyone, I suppose, reasonably pleased at the London Stadium this afternoon. Villa, the visitors, more so than West Ham, because their very future was right up in the air until, well, Pinky, until the last few seconds of the game, really, until, you know.
Well, I mean, it's clear, actually. We're seeing the scenes now from the television company. The Aston Villa players at full time clearly weren't aware of what the position was, because there's been 2 minutes since the final whistle's gone, and for some reason they've been under the impression that they weren't safe, and maybe they were just waiting to see whether or not Watford could bang in 3 in 2 minutes at the Emirates. So they've clearly waited until the official confirmations come through and that the Watford game is finished. So they held off celebrating. But for my money here today, I mean, Aston Villa have got incredibly lucky. They've got lucky because they're playing against a West Ham United team that were already at the airport, and you know, with a couple of players that came off the bench that frankly will be at other clubs next season. So, you know, they will say they can only beat what's in front of them, but they couldn't even do that today. You know, they've drawn a game against a team that weren't interested, and that tells us really about what Aston Villa are. They're a poor team. What I would actually just caution that with a little bit, Aston Villa are a poor team, and we've finished 4 points ahead of them. So let's not kid ourselves. This has been an absolutely appalling season for West Ham United. We've seen very little to set the pulse racing. The whole thing about the disjointed season, yes, it's not been ideal, but it's probably worked in our favour. But how on earth have we yet again got ourselves into a position where there were a couple of games to go, we could have been facing the drop? And for my money now, we've finished 4 points ahead of Villa, and they chucked 134 million quid at it last summer. We chucked rather less at it. I suspect Villa will chuck more at it this summer than we'll chuck at it. And it does worry me that whether or not the chairman has got this idea that we've got a good enough squad, we've got good enough players, because clearly we haven't. You know, we're 5 points off the drop zone after 38 matches. And it really isn't good enough. We need a lot of investment. We need in key areas of the park. You know, the fullback situation I'm not happy with. The striker situation I'm definitely not happy with. And we've got a number of players facing the tail end of their careers. Mark Noble at 33. Even Antonio, last year of his contract, and he's 31 now, I think. You know, stick or twist, what do you do with him? So we're in all sorts of bother as a football club. Aston Villa, they'll be stronger next year. My doubt is that we will, and that's a worry to me.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your quick roundups there. West Ham started the day 15th in the Premier League. We end it in 16th because Brighton have quite unexpectedly, I suppose, gone to Burnley and pulled off a 2-1 win. Brighton, they seem destined for the drop. They couldn't buy a win, could they, until Project Restart? They hadn't won in 2020. 3 months off, they come back, they're revitalised, they're a different team, and they've ended up on 41 points somehow. So no doubt they will be delighted with the way that's panned out. Just a quick run through the scores in the Premier League today and confirmation of the final positions. Chelsea 2, Wolves 0. Chelsea finished 4th and in the Champions League. The other Champions League spot is decided at the King Power Stadium. Leicester City 0, Manchester United 2. Leicester City finishing 5th and Manchester United going into the Champions League in 3rd place. I'm sure they'll be delighted about that. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer will be no doubt delighted given the stick he was given at the start of the season. Southampton 3, Sheffield United 1. Disappointing into the season for Sheffield United, who have been pretty fabulous, let's be fair. But Southampton, what a great second half of the season they've had. I mean, another team that was in trouble earlier in the season, and they've played very, very well. And they've actually played some decent football as well with the wins. Liverpool ending up winning 3-1 at Newcastle on the final day. We've said, we've already talked about Burnley, Brighton, West Ham and Villa. We know, of course, it's ended 1-1 here. Watford 3-0 down after 30 minutes against Arsenal. They got it back to 3-2. That's how it's finished there. So they are relegated. Manchester City beat bottom side Norwich City 5-0 this afternoon. Crystal Palace and Tottenham ends up as a 1-1 draw. And Bournemouth winning 3-1 at Everton to sign off with a win. What now for Eddie Howe? We shall see what happens. But of course, closer to home, as Pinky has alluded to, what now for a number of players at West Ham United? What now for someone like Sebastian Haller? Will he still be here next year? What now for Felipe Anderson, who came on today, the first time we've seen him for a few games, but clearly not part of the plans of David Moyes, or at least doesn't seem to be part of David Moyes' plans. And then there's people like Manuel Lanzini. Again, we saw a brief cameo this afternoon, but he's not been involved. Rio, are you in agreement that what we've seen in terms of the players that Moyes has used in recent weeks would generally mean that's the ones he wants to keep? So the likes of Haller, the likes of Lanzini, the likes of Anderson not being used means that they're probably going to be on the way out this summer.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I still think there could be a future for Haller.
Yeah.
But I think that's because of the dearth of attacking options we have. We've taken him away. He obviously doesn't fancy a jetty in any kind of way, shape or form. Unless we bring in 2 or 3 to replace Haller with the money available from his potential sale, he's got a role to play. Anderson, his first season here was enjoyable to watch. He produced moments of genuine quality, sheer joy at times. But he looks like a completely different player this season. Yep. And even in that brief cameo there, he was pretty anonymous. He didn't hardly break into a jog, let alone anything else.
Yep.
So I think he's probably the first for the exit door. He's probably got the biggest price tag. We can reinvest, hopefully, utilising that money. I think we'll get half of what we pay for him back. But yeah, I think the players he's used are going to be the spine of next season's team. But as Pinky pointed out, the whole spine of that particular set of players is ageing in every single department. He mentioned Antonio will be 31 next season, Noble 33, Ogbonna's going to 32, Fabianski 34. That's the spine of your side.
Yeah.
And 2 of them have been brightest sparks in a pretty dull season. So that's a major worry. There's a lot of reinvestment needed. A lot of recruitment has to be made, and it has to be spot on. Do I trust our ownership to actually get that right? That's a different matter.
Yes.
But we've got to carry on in the frame of mind we did the January window. We brought in 2 great players in Bowen and Souček. That's what we've got to be after. Not expensive show ponies who really contribute little and don't particularly want to be here.
Great stuff. Thanks, Rio. Pinky, put yourself in David Moyes' shoes now. Season's over. That's it. It has, as you said, been a pretty awful season. Let's be honest. For West Ham United, we've barely finished above the. Excuse me. I felt that one coming. We've barely finished above the relegation. So as you said, only 4 or 5. Was it 4 or 5 points above Aston Villa, who of course were promoted and have been in the relegation zone pretty much all season. 4 points. 36. Interestingly, 36 would have been enough to keep us up. 35, in fact, with our goal difference. But West Ham have finished on 39 points. Pinky, if you were in David Moyes' shoes, what are your first jobs next week in terms of changing your squad? Who goes, who comes in?
Well,
more really, who goes, I think, first of all. We could.
Yeah, I think
all day long.
First off, looking at our results, 10 wins this season.
Yeah.
half of which have come against relegated teams. So you know, who have we been beating? You know, and we're being flat track bullies against, you know, Norwich City, Watford, and Bournemouth. You know, so and that's quite unusual for us. Normally, you know, they're the teams that we'd actually trip up against, but it's indicative of our own lack of quality, that we're good enough to beat the absolute rubbish. But anyone that actually puts up a modicum of a fight, you know, I'm thinking the likes of an Everton or a Southampton or a Burnley, we're coming up short. And so if we say what's a realistic objective for next season, we want to be in the top half. We want to be aiming at 8th or 9th as a realistic step. So looking at that, you're looking at needing to get another 15 points, maybe 20 points, which means the players and the playing personnel have got to change significantly. And I think he's probably looking at needing 4 first-team players coming in. For my money, the ones to go, because players are going to have to go to raise the funds.
Yep.
Felipe Anderson can go for my money. You know, and I think Rio's being optimistic in terms of us getting half the money back. I think Yarmolenko can go for my money because I think we can bring young Dean Garner back from West Brom, and I'd rather give youth a chance. And I know there's rumours of a bid, wasn't there, or an interest from Celtic at about £13 million from Dean Garner.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'd be selling him for that money at this stage. So, but Yarmo and Anderson to go. A surprise one coming up if you're here now. Issa Diop, I'd look to trade. He isn't ugly enough. He isn't nasty enough. He doesn't go in where it hurts enough. And I know full well in 3 years' time, he'll be a smashing centre-back. But do you know what? There's a lot of games to play in the next 3 years. And he's an asset that another club might be willing to invest 3 years in to reap the rewards 3 years down the line.
Yep.
Sad to say, because of the financial predicament we're always in, he might be one that we could get above book value on and raise some reasonable funds on. So he'd be one I'd look to trade. Fredericks, I might retain, but not as a first pick. You know, I think the whole world can see what his deficiencies are, and the fact that we didn't pay a transfer fee for him would suggest that we'd be lucky to get one for him if we tried to move him on. Beyond that, you know, Jack Wilshere, thank you very much, Jack, but not at this club anymore. If I could trade him, I'd shift Lanzini because again, for my money, he's not the player he was. And just looking through it, you know, what's that, half a dozen of names so far?
Yep. Yep.
Another one.
Anderson, Yarmolenko, Diop, Johnson. Diop, Lanzini, Wilshere. Aieti, would you add Aieti to that as well?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's so bad. I assume he's already gone. I mean,
Yeah.
You know, just clear your locker out, son, and get a new club later.
Yeah.
Masuaku, you know, so with the ones already gone, which is Sanchez and Zabaleta, you know, and you could argue Cresswell, maybe keep Cresswell as the backup left back, but not the first pick. We're probably looking at 8 players that are going to have to be signed. And where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from? And this is why I keep going back to the thing on Sebastian Heller. I think there is a footballer in there. I do. And I think he could be a good player for us. But once again, we're coming up against the brick wall of no money. And we'll end up selling the players who we can sell rather than the players we want to get rid of. Because ultimately, who's going to command a fee? And I read the forum, as we all do, and I see some very fancy valuations being put on our players.
Yeah.
One thing experience tells us is we always think our players are worth more than they are, and we always underestimate how much other teams' players will cost us. You know, there's a value gap there that we're unable to bridge. So again, for my money, an awful lot of business needs to be done. The problem is they've got 6 weeks to do it in. 6 weeks really is what you're looking at. I know the transfer window goes on till October, but yeah, if you're still bringing in players on October the 4th,
Yeah,
and you've maybe played 5 or 6 league games by then, depending on how the fixtures fall, you could be in the wrong third of the table before the transfer window shuts, and then you're chasing your tail all season, and we're back to square one. So I have to say, I'm a worried man because, you know, the table doesn't lie after 38 games. I think there's an awful lot of people blaming it on Roberto. But do you know what? I think the problems go much deeper than that. I really do. And I think against teams of genuine quality, they unpick us with ease. Yeah, difficult season ahead. A lot of trading to be done, you know. And I'm just looking at the squad here. Yeah, Fabianski is, as Rio said, he's getting a bit older now. David Martin was never ever a first pick keeper. Did very well in his moments of glory with the club. Pleased for him, but never ever going to be a first team starter. Darren Randolph, sorry, there's a reason we sold him originally. Winston Reed, still in Kansas. Cresswell, no, not for me. Balbrena, not for me. Zabaleta, gone. Ogbonna, very good. He's a keeper. Diop might have to sell because of funding issues. You know, I'm looking at it. You know, we basically need 4 defenders before we start looking anywhere else. I mean, you're David Moyes, you're going, how bad was I in another life to get this? You know, just shocking, shocking.
Yeah. So we'll come back to that in just a second, Rio. We'll just run through that list that's Pinky's made, and we'll see if we all sort of reach a consensus on that. Just one thing I wanted to touch on quickly, just to change tack very briefly. There were 2 teams in the Premier League this year who conceded more goals at home than they did away. Anyone want to take a wild stab in the dark at who they may be, Rio? You first.
It's got to be us, isn't it?
One of them is us, yeah. And the other?
I'd probably
Put you on the spot
go
there.
for Norwich. Has to be.
Norwich? Not Norwich. No, Norwich conceded 37 at home, 38 away. The other team, the only other team to concede more goals at home than they did away this season was the team who conceded 9 at home in one particular game, and that was Southampton. Yeah. They scored. Southampton scored. Conceded 35 at home and 25 away, which is actually pretty damn fantastic when you consider Man City conceded 22 away and Chelsea conceded 38 away. So away record was fantastic. But I mean, that's a real problem, isn't it? I mean, you know, joking aside, it just shows that our home form has been particularly poor this season. And you know, there's a whole another argument here that perhaps we can come back to on a mod pod about what the West Ham crowd brings to the team in terms of support. Because this isn't a new thing, is it? We've not performed well at this stadium since we moved here 4 years ago. I think that's probably a mod pod on its own, a whole episode to look at that. But I just thought that was interesting just to point that out. So, but anyway, let's go back to what Pinky was saying. Made some really interesting comments there, Rio, about the squad looking ahead to the summer. Some names we pulled out. Ayeti needs to go. Anderson got to go. Though, as Pinky says, he doesn't think we'll get half the 35 million back that we paid for him this summer. Yarmolenko, 17 million pounds. What are you going to get for a player like that who's barely fit? Diop, of course, is the one that perhaps controversially Pinky thinks would be the player to go that would, you know, realise a good transfer fee. Let's not forget, this is a player who was linked with a 50 million plus pound move to Tottenham not so many months ago. So you could certainly get a player or two for that sort of money. Manny Lanzini, not the player he was, unfortunately, is he, at the moment? Jack Wilshere, dirty Jack Wilshere. £100,000 a week, so we're told he's on, and he just doesn't play. But the question is, of course, I suppose, who would buy him? Would someone like Slaven Bilic come in, or Leeds United? Or would they take a risk? And then Arthur Masuaku, a defender who, let's be honest, doesn't really defend particularly well, does he? Is there anyone there, Rio, that you would sort of say, you think's worth perhaps persevering with for another season? And is there anyone else that you would sort of add to that as players that need to go this summer?
I'd like to keep Yarmolenko,
Right. Okay.
but then again, I'm borderline insane having supported this club for a few odd years. I just like his chaos factor, but we're in a massive rebuilding, as Pinky said. We're going to have to ship out players we don't want to, because the investment just isn't there from our ownership. Current economic climate doesn't help. As you said, there's a whole different debate to this thing regarding the stadium move and the money we're supposed to generate from it to help us with a world-class side.
Mm-hmm.
We could go on about that for months, probably, not just one episode. It'd probably be like a mini-series. In midfield, you've got to worry about the future of Declan Rice, because he's probably the most sellable asset.
Yep.
The offer be after that. But yeah, Declan Rice will probably command the biggest fee, have the most suitors. I mean, there's not a lot that I'd strive to keep. I think you've summed it up perfectly. Lanzini would be, 2 years ago, you would have kept him like a shot.
Sure.
His cameo today was probably his best performance since that injury.
Mm-hmm.
But he just hasn't performed well enough over the last 18 months to even kind of justify thinking about keeping him.
Mm-hmm.
There's very few players that I actually like at West Ham at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm fiercely defensive about my team, the players that represent it, but there's not a lot of love in the Rio household for a vast majority of them players. Yeah. And I'd gladly ship them out if we could rebuild and regroup with a set of players who are fully committed to the club, fully committed to put in genuine effort, have ability, have a purpose. A lot of our players are far too busy coasting through their career. We're on about, say, Villa's players today have been on the beach almost, and our players have been on the beach. Our players have been like that for the large part since September. And we've seen a bit of a cultural shift under Moyes. The work rate's there, the effort's there, but we need more of that, much more of that. As I've said before, more graft, less craft, because craft is getting us nowhere.
Some excellent points. Thanks, Rio, for so really just looking back there, the only one you're sort of slightly concerned about on top of that list is Declan Rice. Of course, this is someone we haven't spoken about much today. Been excellent, really, in the last few weeks, but he's the one I think that's the one that worries me. I kind of think, Pinky, you said that, pointed out that the transfer window is 7 or 8 weeks long, whatever it is, this season. It's very unusual situation. I think you kind of think perhaps the longer that transfer window goes on, and we haven't been able to ship out the Andersons, the Yarmolenkos, the Wilsheres, the Lanzinis, and so on and so forth. I kind of worries me about a bid coming in from Chelsea, sort of a cheeky £45 million bid for Declan Rice, and kind of Moyes looking at that and thinking, well, Declan's a great player, but I can buy myself, 4 or 5 championship players to rebuild the squad out of that. So we shall wait and see. Of course, this is always the difficult thing, isn't it? Trying to offload the players you don't want. We all know who we don't want and who isn't going to help the squad. But of course, we need clubs to buy those, and that's always the real difficulty. We'll come back to that in a second, but just want to touch quickly on the comments, guys. If you're watching us on the stream, thanks to those that have joined us since the final whistle. Good to have you on the stream. Let us know what you thought about the game today, what you're thinking about the season, the sort of things we're talking about now. Rio, we're going to go to the KUMB Forum match thread in just a moment. after this. But just having a quick look, a couple of comments. Good to see Cockney Hammer on the stream. Thank you. Cockney Hammer says, look forward to this again next season. Of course, as we look forward to you joining us, Steve, and also all your updates. We're looking forward to those coming in throughout the summer of who West Ham are looking to buy and who they're not going to buy. Kieran James Devaney. Hi, Kieran. Again, we're coming back to this point. Villa have stayed up because of the point they stole against Sheffield. Pinky, we spoke about this earlier in the stream, and you said you didn't think anyone would challenge that. It's slightly different to how it was 12 years ago, and it's a valid point you make with the Tevez situation. But I don't know. I just wonder. And of course, I suppose the irony being that the man at both of these, Mr. Scott Duxbury, it was he who was at West Ham when Sheffield United tried to get us relegated because of Tevez. He is now there, the CEO at Watford, and Watford have been relegated because Villa won a point they didn't deserve against Sheffield United. I wonder how he's feeling tonight.
Yeah, I think karma. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not sure our club handled that situation as well as we could have done from the club's perspective. I mean, and that's putting aside the blood-sucking antics of Sheffield United. But I can't imagine the Premier League would thank any club chairman who resorted to litigation over this particular topic. And let's not kid ourselves. It's an invitation league whereby you become a shareholder in the league when you get promoted, and you are obliged to surrender your share when you get relegated. It would be the mother of legal challenges, and you'd be challenging the Premier League, a multi-billion-pound organisation. I mean, there must be lawyers who are thinking, please let someone do it, because once the Amber Heard and who's that Bob actor that's in court at the minute? What do you call him? Johnny Depp. Once that's out of the way, and that's easy money for the lawyers, they must be looking at maybe football as the next big payday. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But for my money, I mean, looking at things here now, and again, just look down. I mean, here's a little stat for you. Felipe Anderson made more appearances for West Ham United this season than Michael Antonio. Now, Anderson already the forgotten man of the team, effectively. Yeah. And we're all saying out he goes, potentially. But it just goes to show how maybe a change of manager, a change of fortune, and the world can look very, very different. But a Jetty there, 3 appearances. What did he cost us? 6, 7, 8 million plus his wages. Yeah. He's a bad boy. Jack Wilshere, 6 appearances, I think, in total. Something of that nature. So Souček has already made more appearances this season than Wilshere. Mm-hmm. Looking at Carlos Sanchez, 4 appearances. So we've actually had, realistically, a first 13 or 14 this season, but we've got too many players that we just won't be able to shift easily. And I think the manager has got a horrific job. I'm not worried about Declan Rice. I think Rice will stay for at least one more season. And I think because of all the uncertainty in the world of the COVID situation, his advisors might be telling him there'll be better offers in a year's time than there are right now. Yeah. And I think David Sullivan would certainly be of that view. So Sullivan, I'm sure, will be bringing in young Declan and saying, Declan, I know you signed a long-term contract not so long ago. Yeah. We want you here as a volunteer, not as a conscript. So here's another chunk of change a week to keep you happy, to keep you motivated. And we'd like to sell you next summer, if you don't mind, rather than this summer. So I'm not worried about Rice going anywhere. And that's partially why I was leaning down this path of Diop as a saleable asset, someone you'd actually get some money for. But you know, even dare I say it, Antonio, 31. Let's just say somebody made a bid for Zaha at Crystal Palace and chucked a cheeky 50 million in their direction, which I think would be overpriced, by the way, but somebody could do.
Yeah,
I
fair
think
point.
Antonio would be exactly the sort of player that Palace would target. 31, looking for a final contract, probably. South London lad, all of those things. You know, we might actually get a fee beyond which he's probably worth, if you get my drift there. But it really is a case of sell whoever the hell we can, because there's just so much needing doing. It's just absurd. But
I
the
suppose.
challenge is, nah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say that. Sorry, that I think ideally, I mean, if you're looking to rotate your squad and keep your players fit and ensure you've got players of the right age in there. Antonio, I mean, I just had a look there. He was 30 in March, so he's going to be 31, getting on for 32 by the time next season ends, when his contract expires. Now, I guess the point is that the better sides would generally sell an Antonio right now, wouldn't they? He's the wrong side of 30, one more year on his contract. If he signs a new contract, he's going to be looking for big money, because we know it's going to be, if it's a 4-year deal, 3 or 4 year deal, it's going to be his last big proper Premier League contract. So he's not going to be signing on for 30 or 40 grand a week. He's going to want a considerable sum of money. So yeah, that's the one where, you know, as I say, if you're a big club, you're looking at that, you're thinking you either sell him now and you rake in 10 to 15 million. I don't know if he's worth much more than that, maybe a little bit more. I don't know at this day and age. Or you keep him for the next season and you let him go on a free with a thank you for everything you've done for the club. Thanks for your services. But I think the point, just another point about Antonio, is prior to his recent purple patch, which began against Chelsea, he'd only scored in 2 games prior to that this season. The 3-2 defeat at home to Tottenham and the 3-1 win against Southampton. So, credit to David Moyes for bringing about that change. But yeah, I kind of agree with you, Pinky. I think, although he's been the man in the last few weeks, I think I would be looking to say, you know what, thank you for the last 3, 4, 5 years, but now's the time to move on to another player and see what we can do. But what do you guys think? Rio, Michail Antonio, let's do 2 things. There's another thing I wanted to touch on, so I'll ask you about both. But Declan Rice was the other one that Pinky's just spoken about. David Moyes said recently that he's told Declan that he wants to build a team around him. So the presumption of that is that Moyes will want to do his utmost to keep Rice this season. I kind of agree with Pinky. I don't think he'll necessarily go. But what do you do there? What are your thoughts on that? Antonio, should we offer him another contract this summer, or should we be saying, you know, you've had your best years and we're going to move on? Moyes has talked about the Leipzig model, and this is obviously one of the things that they'd be looking to do, I guess, in that situation. Of course, Rice. Do you keep Rice, or do you cash in and rebuild? You know, with a 50, 60 million you're going to get for him, Rio. What are your thoughts on those 2?
Personally, I'd keep him. The first thing I'd do, I'd make him club captain.
Declan Rice,
yeah.
This is, yeah.
Yeah, Declan Rice, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd make him the club captain. I'd tell him in no uncertain terms that we're going to recruit the players around him that he deserves to be playing alongside.
Yep.
You know? He's a natural born leader, and that's something we've been lacking for a lot of this season. Apart from him, obviously only Mark Noble stands out, but he's towards the end of his career. His performances in the games previous to this might have earned him a bit more leeway and a bit more game time next season, but today he's dropped back 30 yards and he was woefully ineffective today.
Yeah.
Declan Rice is the focal point for this football club in going forward. So he's the one you have to try and keep. My worry is that there's a European Championships next year. The following year, in quick succession, there's a World Cup. Now, Declan Rice is a good enough player to be England's first choice holding midfielder. in both of those tournaments. And we all know that around international tournament times, if you're playing for the right club, you are more likely to represent your country and get game time than you are if you are playing at West Ham United. And that's my worry. We all know that Chelsea are desperate to get him, pair him up with his best mate. But we should really be looking to build our team around him. And as a club, it sends out a statement if we can hold on to him. So I think making him captain would be a massive step to not only make him feel wanted and welcome, but we have to recruit the right people around him to enable him to flourish and not be tempted by the suitors that are quite clearly hovering around trying to snap him up.
Okay,
in
good
terms
stuff.
of Mikel Antonio,
Yep.
the clever club would, as you say, cash in now. That goal spurt towards the end of this season has rocketed his value up by quite some margin, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
He's a versatile forward. He'd do a job for a large number of teams around us. Palace has been mentioned. I know they've been interested in the past. But he'd do an admirable job for all of those kind of clubs, even the leading clubs in the Championship.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's got the ambitions to play at a higher level, and rightly so. He's a determined guy. But a clever club would cash in now, while he's the most sellable. Like I said, the age goes against him.
Yeah.
If Moyes is going to implement the Red Bull model, which I sincerely hope he does, that's what we should be striving for. Okay. Then, yeah, we should cash in. He's done amazingly well for us. Had a bit of a rocky start to his West Ham career. Couldn't force his way in the side, but ever since he has done, he's been a real key. And he's done a really good job, good value for money. But football, we've got to evolve. We can't keep relying on the players who are in their 30s to lead us into the future. We've got to look to the likes of Declan Rice to do that.
Great stuff. Thanks, Rio. A couple of comments from the chat and on the things we've been discussing the last 10, 15 minutes or so. Trodge says, it's disgusting if we sell Antonio. We need more of his mentality, and it is infectious. The point, I guess, being, Trodge, that it's also going to be very costly if we decide to keep him beyond next season, because he's naturally out of contract in 12 months' time. And as we were saying there, it's going to be a big payday he's going to be looking forward to for one more big Premier League contract. And is it something, we've had players, you look at, I suppose you look at situations like Winston Reid, who we gave a 6-year deal to, who can't play anymore. Do we want to be in that situation when we've got another player who's 33, 34, like Antonio in 2 to 3 years' time, and a player we're paying an awful lot of money not to actually play. Interesting to hear your comments, though. Thanks, Trodge, for your thoughts on that. Obviously, nobody's right and wrong. It's good to hear everybody's opinions. A couple of more comments. Chris Dalby says, the best we get out of Rice is another season. No way he stays beyond that. I expect him to go this year, though. And Wacko Gov says, Antonio brings much more than just goals. His effort and personality on and off the pitch is irreplaceable. And Chris Dalby, again, says, nearly all the fans would expect Rice to be sold, so it would be okay in most of our eyes. Just one other comment that I wanted to bring up, something we were discussing earlier, talking about that point that Aston Villa got against Sheffield United, that they probably shouldn't. DL, who's not with us today, usually with us, but he's having an afternoon off, says that the precedent has been set for legal action after a supposed unfair relegation, of course referring to West Ham and the Sheffield United and the Tevez affair back in 2008. And he says he hopes Watford and Bournemouth take the Premier League to the cleaners after the Hawkeye cock-up. We shall see what happens there. Pinky, Declan Rice. We want to keep him. David Moyes wants to keep him. But will we be able to keep him? Is it a question that if someone comes in and offers the sort of money that David Sullivan can't say no to, might that decision be taken out of David Moyes' hands?
Well, let's get something clear. David Sullivan can say no to anyone he likes because the player is under contract for another 4 years. So let's be absolutely clear. When the chairman says I couldn't say no, yes, he could.
Mm.
Okay, so let's not have any of this. Oh, when a player wants to go, you know, and all the rest of it. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Declan's under contract first and foremost. Yeah, and we should not be selling our best players for peppercorn fees, you know, just because the chairman won't put more money into the club. When the club was on a real rocky financial footing, Mr. Sullivan launched a rights issue and they put £30 million in. There's no rule against him putting another 30 and another 30 and another 30 in. It's just how much he wants to actually fund the club by in terms of his overall investment. And I think maybe the sign that Declan Rice will be looking for is, well, Mr. Chairman, when are you going to match my ambition? When are you going to say, do you know what? I'm going to put £100 million into West Ham United so I can give this manager a realistic transfer budget this time around. So Declan, give us one more year. Let me invest that chunk of money and see what this manager can do with a realistic budget. Because ultimately, Declan Rice will only want to go to another club because he'll look at where he is and go, are we ever going to win anything here? Probably not. So I'll go somewhere else and play with my mate. You know, he'll be well paid wherever he goes. If he goes to Chelsea, they'll pay him well. If he goes to Arsenal, they'll pay him well. If he goes to Tottenham, they'll pay him well. Man United will. And do you know what? West Ham United can afford to pay him well as well. So, you know, money isn't the issue here. It's whether or not the player feels his career is going to be advanced at the club he's at. And the only thing that actually would encourage the likes of Declan Rice to choose West Ham United is if they see realistic investments in players that can strengthen the team and say, do you know what? We're going to go from 16th up to 7th next season. And then the following season, we're going to invest again and try and break into those top positions. Because at the minute, what we're doing is we're giving every young, ambitious player a cop-out, a get-out card, which is, yeah, if you want to win something, go to another club. We've got to remove that easy out for the players, you know, because otherwise we'll go nowhere as a football club. I'm afraid the chairman won't want to hear it because he'll say, well, easy for Pink Palermo to spend my fortune that's taken me my whole life to earn. But if the chairman can't fund the club to a competitive level, well, maybe it is time to go. Maybe it is time to go. Maybe instead of Mr. Sullivan selling Declan Rice, maybe Mr. Sullivan should sell West Ham United Football Club. That's the solution. And I'm sorry if that sounds a bit negative, but at the end of the day, you know, 2002, 3, whenever it was, the Chelsea players were told if you don't qualify for the Champions League, the club's going bust. Because they've gambled everything on moving up the table. West Ham United, particularly in the last decade, I'm not sure we've invested enough. And I'm absolutely certain Mr. Sullivan hasn't invested enough and Mr. Gold hasn't invested enough. And this isn't being nasty or unpleasant towards those people. I'm sure they're very affable people and nice guys and all the rest of it. But this is a very, you know, investment hungry industry, if you can call it that. What you see year after year is the teams that invest season after season after season in their playing squads do advance up the league table. And the teams that sell and sell and sell season after season go into the championship. And for my money, if you want to keep Declan Rice, buy 4 or 5 other top quality players and move up the league table. That's what the chairman should be talking to him about. Not, oh, will you hang around for another year, please, Dec, to give me some breathing space? No, it's, you know, it's if I was Declan Rice, I'd be going in to see Mr. Sullivan and saying, what are you going to do for West Ham United? What are you going to do for West Ham United? Who are you going to sign? Where's the money coming from? And if your only idea is to sell me to generate funds to buy half a dozen championship players, well, maybe that's the reason I've got to go right now, Mr. Chairman, because that's the road to nowhere. And that for me is, you know, David Sullivan's at the crossroads here now. If he wants to continue in his role at West Ham United, is put up time, spend some money, yeah, do another rights issue, get another 60, 70, 80 million out of the shareholders. And then I've got more sympathy if you're selling this of Diop to raise some funds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then I'd say, Felipe Anderson, you can go for whatever we can get, because then we've got a realistic kitty to go and buy 4 or 5 first team starters, not 4 or 5 backups to a first team that's finished at the wrong end of the table again. And that's where I'd look at it.
Excellent stuff. Thanks, Pinky, for a very detailed explanation. Of course, one thing we haven't touched upon tonight is David Sullivan, and of course, one of the consequences of lockdown is that the work that had been done by groups such as Hammers United and the Independent Supporters Association was halted. There were protests leading up to lockdown. There would have been a series of further protests had we not been ordered to stay at home. And there are plans for those protests to resume. So that's going to be very interesting, I think, to see what happens. You know, I guess it's quite possible that if the noises are already, the wrong noises are already coming out of the boardroom, aren't they? We know the usual subjects have been pointed to say that we're not going to have, I was going to say much of a transfer kitty. It looks like we're not going to have a transfer kitty at all unless we can sell first, which isn't a particularly good sign. So, you know, you can just sort of see us going into the start of next season and those protests building up and happening again. And, you know, you sort of wonder where does that leave us as a club next season? You know, fighting, the board are fighting on all fronts then once again, aren't they? It's not just fighting to rebuild the squad, they're fighting the supporters. And it's not a healthy situation all round. So I guess, as you say, they can do something to alleviate that by investing more funds into the club this summer. As you rightly said, the share issue raised 30 million. Why can't we do it again? There's no reason why we can't boost those. I know, as you said, Pinky, we're spending other people's money here, and it's a dead simple thing to do, to sit here and say, you know, you've put 30 million in, you can put another 30 million in. But I guess it depends how much you want to solve the problem and how much desire there really is to bring about success at West Ham United. One thing I wanted to look at, you referred to their decade in charge, and I just had a quick look while you were talking there. I was just having a look at our record, and the 39 points we finished with this season. Rio, perhaps you want to have a little comment on this one, but it's the worst tally, our lowest tally since the year we were relegated under Avram Grant. That season, we ended up bottom of the Premier League. It was the Premier League then, wasn't it? Lewis, I know, is particularly keen to avoid referring to it as the Premiership. One of our regulars regularly berates me for us referring to it as the Premiership when it isn't. But I think it was the Premier League by 2010. I think 2008, 2009 was the switchover. But anyway, Avram Grant, 33 points. And the following season, of course, we were in the Championship when Sam Allardyce accrued 86, which was a record at the time for us. First season back in the Premier League, 2012-13, 46 points, 40 the following season. And in 2014-15, which I believe was Slaven's first season, I think. We've ended with
2015-16.
That was his first season, right? Okay, so Sam Allardyce's final season in the Premier League. Thank you, Rio. We finished on 47. So 46, 40, 47, an average of around 43, 44 points in Allardyce's reign. Slaven Bilic, of course, in that what we probably all generally refer to as the last really positive season at the club. 2015-16, the final season at the Bowling. We finished with 62 points. Our largest haul since, going back to, as far as I can remember, actually in the Premier League. I think that might have been our record in the Premier League, 62. 45 the following season when David Moyes came in and rescued us. Even last year, the season before last, 42 points. 2017-18. And last season under Pellegrini, we finished 9th with 52 points. This year, 39 points, our final total. It's not good, is it? If you're looking for, you know, a kind of arc of improvement over the course of 10 years of the current administration, Rio, you're sort of looking for something a bit better than our lowest points tally in 10 years. Look, trying to bundle that all into one big question. Firstly, the protests. Are we, you know, do you think the protests are going to continue regardless of what happens this summer? Do you think that good investment or maybe further investment, as Pinky referred to, might stave that off? And what do you think about kind of the whole points tally? Where do we need to be looking at next season to have a respectable season? You know, going from 39 this season. So I appreciate that's 2 or 3 questions in one there, but kind of like your overall impressions on that.
Okay. Do I think the protest will continue? Most definitely. We
Regardless
were promised,
of what happens?
Absolutely. Yeah. We were promised so much at the start of the Golden Sullivan reign.
Yep.
And very little, if anything, has been delivered. The move was supposed to generate X amount of additional pounds, drive us onto the so-called next level. And the next level has been a little closer to the relegation zone than everyone really wants. What we've seen, and it's indicative of how poorly this club is run. We're getting more television money than ever. We're paying a peppercorn rent, so we've not got the overheads that many clubs have. Yet we can only invest allegedly once every 3 seasons. The other 2 seasons in between are normally papering over cracks. We all know that our chairman, both of them, come from an industry where image is everything. And that sums our club up. Our stadium, for one thing, it looks brilliant on the TV. I mean, the aerial shots today, it looks absolutely lovely. You know, it's set in a picturesque park. Any person who's never set foot inside it would go, oh, what are they moaning about? That looks glorious. It looks amazing.
Yeah.
But the reality is you step foot in it and it's a mishmash of scaffolding and nonsense. Our training ground. I used to play cricket over Rush Green. And the facilities weren't particularly befitting of a Premier League football club in a multi-billion-pound industry. Let's put it that way. Yep. Now, they've obviously done some work to it. They've spent some money on it. But I can't see any real kind of concrete evidence that they've not done anything other than paper over cracks and just tied it up to make it look good. And the same goes for the squad. We buy one kind of showpiece signing per summer. But for the large part, that's utilising the transfer fees that we should be investing elsewhere. We bought Haller. We needed another striker. We bought Anderson. Did we really need him? You know, we need investment all around the squad, not just in one show pony kind of area. And we just don't get the fundamentals right. You know, we recruit incredibly badly. We make knee-jerk decisions on giving players brand new improved contracts when they've had a run of 4 or 5 good games. I mean, Arthur Masuaku is a case in point now. We bought him in. He's been largely unconvincing. He had a purple patch for about a month or 2, and all of a sudden he's got a lucrative new contract sitting next to him. And where is he now? He's not really fit to warm the bench. He feels no real purpose. I think he must throw some decent shapes on the dance floor when the player's going for a night out. But apart from that, what does he contribute to the club?
Yeah.
Everything we do is fundamentally wrong. Everything's papering over the cracks. And I've said this time and time again. We're a multi-million-pound club in an industry where money is freely flowing through. Yet we're run like a corner shop, and it's not befitting for a club who gets 50-odd thousand supporters in through the gate every week, who gets X amount of money and exposure on national television, worldwide television. With other clubs, other teams' supporters look at us and laugh because they know how poorly we are run. And I just can't see the end in sight. I really can't. And you can point to other factors. The move was handled in the most atrocious way ever. And it set the support back 4 or 5 years. Can you imagine how many people we'd get through the gate and how that ground would be for the proper West Ham fans if we was any good? You know, we saw when we got to Wembley for the first time in God knows how long, we could have filled that on our own. This club is being underutilised in every single aspect, and they just can't see it. I mean, if we don't get proper investment this summer, because we spent our budget last year or the year before, whoever they're going to angle it, it's just a shocking state of affairs. We need proper ownership. We need a proper plan in place. We need restructuring from the top to the bottom. And I just can't see it under the current stewardship.
Okay, good stuff. I'm going to come to the comments section in a minute. We've got plenty of comments coming in on the YouTube chat. Rio will also take a look at the KUMB Forum to see what's been said there. We're going to, hopefully, if we've got time, we're going to have to wrap it up fairly soon because I appreciate these guys have got lives to live and I can't claim them all day for the rest of the day anyway. But a couple of things I just want to discuss sort of before we do. Pinky, some really excellent points made by Rio there. The training ground is substandard. The stadium is substandard. Recruitment is badly handled. The move, of course, was badly handled. A whole list of things, of charges we can throw at the board. This kind of makes me wonder something. We talk about the managers. We talk about Sam Allardyce, Slaven Bilic. Well, we thought was going to be a good manager. Pellegrini came in. We thought he was going to be an experienced manager. This is a guy, of course, let's not forget, who 5 or 6 years ago took Manchester City to a Premier League title as an experienced guy. They've all failed. None of them have lasted more than 2 or 3 years. So I think my point is this. One question, I think, about David Moyes is, do we offer him a new contract? But the other point I'm kind of sort of thinking is, does it really matter who we've got in charge with a board that's got a consistently poor record in everything they do, from the handling of the club to the handling of the transfer policy and to the, you know, the recruitment of the manager and the training staff, etc. And are we basically just treading water until such time as we can get rid of the current owners until they sell to someone who's basically able to take the club forward?
Yeah, treading water and occasionally coming very close to drowning. I mean, that's where we are as a club. Yeah. I mean, just pick you up on something there where you said, you know, a number of the managers that they've all failed. I'd actually argue quite a number of them haven't failed. Mm-hmm. In the context of the environment in which they have had to operate.
Yep.
They could argue they've actually been a success because, you know, despite our captain saying the club isn't run like a circus anymore, well, I'm afraid it is. You know, we're not particularly good as a club at a number of things, and the league table doesn't lie. Let's start with that. Let's start with fact-based decisions.
Yeah, let's look at that. 39 points, the lowest points haul in 10 years since they first came in.
So in 10 years, in a competitive industry, their contribution as the owners of West Ham United Football Club have been to fund it and organise it to the extent it is now making, you know, winning 6 points more than it did under a season in which they had a manager who, by common consent, was very, very poor indeed, and a squad by common consent that was, threadbare because of the financial difficulties we're in at the time.
Yeah.
If we apply the Gold & Sullivan definition of debt that they used on the day they bought West Ham United Football Club, which includes monies owed to other football clubs for players. So when they were talking about 110 million pounds of debt, they were including football creditors within it.
Mm-hmm.
We're now in more debt now as a football club than we were the day they bought us. Considerably more. I think it's about 40 or 50 million pounds more.
Yep.
We've sold our home in that time. So I look at it, say 6 more points, a lot more debt. We no longer own our own home. The constant war with supporters. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
They're fighting a battle with the supporters.
Mm-hmm.
That's been going on now for a number of seasons. But if we go all the way back to when we called them out over the loyalty scheme, the 5-season ticket, annual loyalty scheme, whereby if you had your season ticket for 5 years, and they tried to renege on paying out on that and claim, oh, we didn't know anything about it. What a load of tosh. And then years later, when we've challenged them on it in a face-to-face meeting, and we were told, Gold & Sullivan did not undertake any due diligence when they bought West Ham United Football Club.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Karen Brady's own words. Yep.
So she sat there and said that, and I'm, by that stage, I'm just speechless. I'm thinking, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
But again, if we take her at face value, and that is true, well, what does that tell you about the competence of the people running the show and what their real motives are? And my big fear is this constant approach of we do just enough to stay in the division. And I posed a question on the forum earlier today. We didn't have enough money to buy a proper strike partner for Haller in the summer. We went for what was clearly the budget option of a jetty. Okay, so we've gone cheap when actually, and if cheap is £8 million, say it, would an extra 13 or 14 million pounds have allowed us to get a proper strike partner in for Haller at that time, last August? And had we actually spent the money last August, could the story of our season have been very different? Whether it was on a strike partner for Haller or a proper goalkeeper backup for Fabianski.
Yeah.
But no, we didn't. We didn't have the money, we're told. Yet, when the club are deep in the mire in January, 5 months later, we find the funds miraculously for Bowen. What if that money had been made available 6 months earlier to Pellegrini? We could have saved the Pellegrini payoff money, whatever that turns out to be.
Mm-hmm.
We could have accrued a lot more points, and at £2.7 million for every league place, half a dozen places up the league. Well, then that player becomes self-financing. But no, the owners have this model whereby in a manager's reign, year one, they give them lots of money. Relatively speaking. Yep. Year two, it's kind of like maintenance money. You can replace players that have broken down, but nothing that's really going to fundamentally change the shape of your team. Mm-hmm. And in year three, you're getting shirt buttons, because in reality, we probably want to nudge you out the door after 3 years, because that's how we, as the board of directors, keep control. We're never going to let a mere manager, get powerful enough where actually he can start dictating to the board of directors. And that's the problem with the Sullivan and Gold model, is they want to keep total control, but actually they haven't got enough money to do so. I can assure you, Sheikh Mansour's in total control at Manchester City. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he's signing the checks. And when Pep Guardiola says, well, I want a new player, well, okay, he might get the money. That's because they believe and trust in what Guardiola's doing. Yeah, but there's no way that Guardiola is dictating to Sheikh Mansour. And it doesn't matter how many trophies he wins. the chairman there, or the boss, or the owner of that club, keeps control because they've got the money. And unfortunately, Mr. Sullivan, he just doesn't have enough money to compete in this league. And, you know, being able to buy me out of his back pocket isn't the point. It's actually looking at the clubs above us. Liverpool, with vastly more resources than we're ever going to have. Manchester City, ditto. Manchester United, ditto. Chelsea, ditto. Even Leicester City, you know, the Thai family that still ultimately owns the club.
Yeah.
You know, wealthy family.
Yep.
Tottenham Hotspur, you can say, okay, Joe Lewis isn't going to spend his money willy-nilly. But one thing's for sure, they're never going to be in the bottom six. You know, it's just not going to happen. Even Wolverhampton Wanderers, allegedly billionaire owners, Arsenal. So you start looking and going, who are we going to go past? Oh, we've got Crystal Palace in our sights, have we? That's what we gave up our home of 100 years for, is it? So we can hunt down Crystal Palace. That's what we're trying to achieve, is it? And ultimately, I think, to go back to the question you asked, Rio, on the protests.
Yes.
The supporters, we gave up everything when we moved home. Everything. Many of us have been going over there for many, many years, and we liked it. You know, you can say, oh, it was a bit this, it was a bit that, and people make disparaging comments about the neighbourhood. There was nothing wrong with the neighbourhood. Good people living in and around there. There was nothing much wrong with the ground. You know, 3/4 of it had been rebuilt in the previous 20 years.
Yep.
So it was a fit for purpose football stadium. We were told that to progress as a football club, we had to move. It wasn't, you know, the best option is to move. It was, we had to move. And here we are, 4 years in at the new home, 39 points. And the manager seemingly scrambling around for transfer funds again. And I'm sorry, the game's up. So for me, are the protests going to continue? They're bound to, because is this what, you know, is this our dream? To sit in a Meccano built stadium watching a spine of a team that's past the age of 30 getting knocked out of cup competitions in the early rounds season after season. And please don't anyone bore me to death with stories about cheap tickets. £2,500 I paid for my seat in the London Stadium. Count it. 2.5 grand. And the view is worse than I had at the Bowling Ground. So don't tell me it's cheap tickets. Don't tell me it's a better match day experience. Don't tell me we're seeing better players. Because we haven't had a season in Stratford anything like the final one at the Bowling Ground. So every year this goes by, the justification for the move gets weaker and weaker, and the calls for a change in ownership are going to grow stronger. And there's only one thing that can stop this. David Sullivan, you either invest in West Ham United Football Club and put real money into getting a realistic transfer pot for the manager, a proper training ground for the players to do their daily work in, or you divest of West Ham United Football Club and you sell at a realistic price. Because ultimately, if we were pricing the club right now, Newcastle, has that deal been done yet? Yeah, you know, I think they were trying to get 250 million for it, or maybe 300.
Yeah.
The only club in the city, 50,000 that would turn up and watch paint dry because there is nothing else to do in Newcastle. Yeah, you know, and they can't get that money for that club. If you look at West Ham United, if you want to invest in a London club, well, you'd prefer Arsenal, wouldn't you? Or Chelsea, yeah, or Tottenham. You know, we're some way down the list, yeah. How much does Mr. Sullivan really think the club is worth?
Yep.
You know, years ago, we were getting told, oh, we'd, you know, turned down 650 million from Red Bull or whoever it was, yeah. What a load of nonsense. You know, we've got 33-year-old Mark Noble as captain, 30-year-old Aaron Cresswell having played 33 matches this season, 32-year-old Angelo Ogbonna, yeah, playing the vast majority of games this season. You know, Robert Snodgrass, the wrong side of 30. You know, we have not got a valuable squad other than Declan Rice, possibly Issa Diop, and if we could get someone to take him off our hands, Sebastian Haller. That's about the squad nuggets, yeah. And you come to the point where you say, why, you know, if you can only get, let's say, for those three, 100 million, how much would you give for West Ham United?
Mm-hmm.
Because the assets, you know, it's only the squad because we don't own the stadium. Yeah, why would anyone pay much more than that for West Ham United?
Yeah,
and this is where we're in the classic trap. The chairman can't get the fee that he clearly wants when selling the club because he's got a deluded idea as to what it's worth, and he hasn't got the money or won't put in the money to invest to make it a more valuable proposition for someone to buy. And given those two sort of competing forces, I can't see anything other than continuing protests, because the chairman either needs to put up or sell up.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the two. We can't carry on as we are season after season. We simply can't.
No. 10 years, of course, now under the current regime, and you know, the relations between the fans and the board is possibly worse than it's ever been. I've just been actually taking a look while we were chatting there at the results for the last 4 seasons, and it works out that our average points haul since moving to Stratford, so we've been there 4 seasons now, and we've averaged 44.5 points per season. Just take that in for a minute. This is, as Pinky says, this is after we were told that we needed to move to this stadium in order to become competitive, in order to not necessarily qualify for the Champions League, but to provide a team that could challenge those clubs that are, and maybe seek European competition every year. So we're talking top 7. 44.5 points per season this year would have placed us just above Newcastle, promoted recently, who were in 13th place. We'd finished below Everton, who are stuck at a 35,000 capacity Goodison. It would have been below Southampton by 4 or 5 points with a 30,000 capacity stadium. We would have been somewhere around 10 points behind Burnley, who play at a 25,000 capacity stadium, and around the same number of points below Sheffield United, who have a similar size stadium and were playing in the Championship last year. So I guess when you take all that into account and you look at all that, it's no surprise whatsoever to see why the fans are upset, why the fans are unhappy with the move, because the board have probably made their own bed here, haven't they? By promising too much. This is what David Moyes said. You know, promise more than we haven't delivered what we promised. They've promised the world and they've delivered nothing. A stadium not fit for purpose. A team quite often not fit for purpose, and everything else that goes with it. Recruitment, as Rio referred to, the training ground. We spent £4 million, I think it was, Rio, on the training ground at Rush Green, and made a big thing about spending that when you've got people like Leicester spending around £100 million on their training complex. It's, for want of a better word, it's laughable when you look at it. And I think Pinky makes some incredibly valid points. And I think that's really what it comes down to. It's a question of spend up or bugger off, basically, because the fans have had enough. And the protests we've seen begin earlier this year, I absolutely agree with the guys. I don't see them going away. And it's going to be a very, very tricky season for West Ham. But anyway, interesting discussion. Pinky, go on quickly before we move on.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps David Sullivan's single greatest bit of luck has been the COVID crisis. Because one thing's for sure, you know, the relationship between a very large section of the support and the board are at a very low point. And with no fans at games, well, you don't have to put up with pesky supporters, do you? You can just, you know, it's just a TV audience. But let's not kid ourselves. Those protests that were going on back in, you know, February and very early March, you know, there weren't a couple of hundred people there. it wasn't even a couple of thousand. It was many, many thousands of supporters. Yeah, so I really hope the board don't fall into the trap of thinking it's just a few of the old guard riding around before they shuffle off to their old people's homes. Yeah, there was a good cross section of supporters there, and thousands of them.
Yeah.
And so this isn't something that is going to go away unless, as I say, the chairman recognises the reality of this board has failed to deliver on their promises. It wasn't what we were demanding.
Yeah.
We were happy where we were. They haven't delivered on what they promised. And maybe the chairman, maybe he could find that 100 million down the back of the sofa. Maybe he could put in 100 million. Maybe Mr. Gold could put in 20 million. Maybe Mr. Tripp Smith could put in 10 million. And then suddenly you can turn around to a Declan Rice and say, no, we're not going to sell you. Because do you know what we're going to do? We're going to go to Chelsea and we're going to bid for Mason Mount so he can come and play here. Yeah. We're going to go to Chelsea and bid for their players. And we're going to go to Arsenal and bid for their players. How much longer are we going to have to put up with us only being the selling club of the London clubs other than Crystal Palace? I mean, come on. If that's the benchmark, let's give up now.
Yeah.
But when are we actually going to compete with Arsenal, with Tottenham, with Chelsea? What, because we're paying the money for the tickets.
Yes.
We're paying top dollar for the tickets, and we are paying to watch the game in an awful, awful football stadium, because it isn't a football stadium. So our part of the bargain we're keeping. The chairman, he has to have a look at himself and say, am I keeping my part of the bargain? So either he puts money in, allows the manager to have a proper fund, or sells up and goes. Because if he doesn't, those protests, it's not hundreds of people, it's thousands.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, we when I stood on the mount and spoke at that first protest, there was a couple of thousand there. But even then, between that and the next protest, when we marched along the Greenway, it mushroomed, didn't it? I mean, it went from a couple of thousand to, I mean, Hammers United were putting out figures of around 8,500, and that was in a matter of weeks. So I think you're absolutely right. I think COVID-19 was incredibly kind to David Sullivan, because I think it would have been more, and it would have been persistent as well. But we would, of course, we wait to see what happens. I mean, I guess they're going to come back.
Put that 8,500 in context. The opening few games of 85, 86, we were only getting 15,000 at matches. So effectively, we're talking about, if they think it is just the old guard, that would have been nearly half our support from our best ever league season. It's a lot of people to turn up and protest. And it's not a figment of Hammers United imagination. Those people were there, and being no doubt, they will be back at those protests, because at the end of the day, they've been at West Ham United a lot longer than this current board of director has. Let's not kid ourselves. And I don't think there's many of them who realistically think that Mr. Sullivan is going to hang around forever. He wants his price, and then he'll scoot out the door. And for my money, he either makes that decision now, or he's got to invest heavily in the club, because this can't go on. It just cannot go on.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Interesting debate. We could be here forever, couldn't we? Talking about this one, and we have spent an awful lot of time talking about it on the forum in recent months and years. But I'm just going to dive in quickly just to see a few comments on the chat. JPT says it could have been worse. We could have gone down. It actually could have been worse. We could have gone down. There's no question about it. I think that's the whole point, isn't it, JPT, that we shouldn't be in this situation. We were sold a pup, and we expected more You know, I don't think any of us were expecting to be challenging for the Champions League, but we certainly weren't expecting after 4 years at Stratford to be fighting relegation each and every season. Chris Dorby says Everton have spent £500 million on players, and he adds the club is worth £200 million at the very most. That's double your money, GNS. Take it. Just having a quick flick through. Lots of comments. Pierino Schiavone says, at least we've got our beautiful memories of the bowling, winning cups, loyal players, etc., etc. The kids won't experience that. They'll see a bunch of mercenaries from a distance, and that's about it. And I think that's one of the hardest things as a supporter, because I grew up in an era personally, and we're all of a similar age when West Ham were challenging. My first 2 years as a West Ham fan, we won the FA Cup. We got to the Cup Winners' Cup final. Not so many years later, we won another FA Cup, got to a League Cup final and held the European champions, took them to a replay. It was heady times as West Ham fans. And the kids since then, I say kids, but anyone under 30, 35 really, haven't really ever seen us win anything. I mean, unless you count the Intertoto Cup. And, you know, I really feel for those people, those fans that have been starved of not even success, but just some decent, you know, a decent season or two. We've not really had an awful lot to cheer. Soulboy, ownership level, they've proven unsuccessful. Tacky, cheap are words that come to mind. The trickle-down effect is what we see on the pitch. And there's plenty of other comments along those lines. Steve Spraggs, Cockney Hammer says, they have sold our soul. Steve Spraggs referring to Rio, some points you made earlier. Good points, Rio. Our fans deserve so much better. Sadly, it will never change. It's what it is, unfortunately. Lots of... I suppose we should be happy in a way. We should be kind of celebrating the fact that you know we have avoided relegation, but we know that West Ham United Football Club could be so much more. I'd hate, you know, we don't want to be those supporters that sort of sit here and say we deserve more. I think that's sort of best left to fans of clubs like Arsenal and Tottenham. But it would be nice just to have our day in the sun or a few days in the sun, and we're just not really getting those at the moment. As I say, a debate that we could go on and on and on about, but we have to move on to other things. And one thing I'd like to move on to now, Rio, my apologies for leaving you sitting in silence there for the last God knows how long. But we're going to come to you in a second, buddy. If you can just take us through the forum, just see what people are saying about the match in a minute. But first of all, before we do that, David Moyes has spoken to the people. And some comments from Moisey following this afternoon's 1-1 draw with Aston Villa that was enough to keep Villa in the Premier League. Moyes says, we didn't play well as well today as we might have done, but I'm pleased with the players, their performances against Chelsea, getting a point at Manchester United. It's only praise for how well they've done. So Moisey wanting to accentuate the positives this afternoon, and why not? He's done a fabulous job in the last few weeks. Talking about next season, Moyes says some of the young players have shown what they are capable of. We have 5 or 6 talented boys around the team, so I'm looking forward to see how they go. Just very quickly, Rio, who do you think they are? Who do you think the 5 or 6 talented youngsters are he's referring to there?
Well, I'm presuming Diagana's going to be one of them.
Diagana, good shout. Yeah, coming back. Like a new signing, as they say.
Yeah, Connor Coventry, I presume, because he's been on the bench a couple of times. He's got a lot of kind of good reviews from his time in the under-23s.
Yeah, Ben Johnson, I guess.
Ben Johnson, I thought was my man of the match today.
Yeah,
playing on the wrong side to what he's used to. Mm-hmm. He acquitted himself incredibly well again. Then we're going to look through. I mean, I know there's a couple of rated youngsters. I mean, what's his name? Silva. He's been on the bench a few times.
Yeah, he's never really been given a start. Has he not been trusted?
No, but he must be doing something right to get there, because there's a lot of guys that nowhere near it. No
what
one
about
else
Nathan Holland? Do we think he's got a chance to shine? He's in the running, isn't he, for the Premier League 2 Player of the Year? Of course, he's received a nomination.
Yeah, I just don't know if the move. What was it? Oxford, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it's gone. It's gone okay, but he's not really shone as much as he really should have done.
Yeah,
I know we've got Cardoso.
Yeah, do you think he's? I mean, we haven't really seen a lot of him, as we another player that came in last year. He was spoken quite highly of, 18 years old when he came in, but has not represented the first team, or has he might have made one appearance?
He's been on the bench a couple of times, never actually made made his debut.
It has come on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players that get talked about but never make that push through. So
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see where Moyes is heading with this. I think, like I said, Dirk Garner is the standout.
Yeah.
Can Connor Coventry actually force his way past what is now a pretty strong position for us? He's got Soucek, Rice, Fornells, Noble in front of him. It's going to take a big step for that.
Do we
So
think
maybe other areas.
Sorry, I was just going to say, do we think maybe he's looking at Josh Cullen, perhaps having had his season in the Championship, or do you think that's maybe a little bit too much of an ask for Josh?
I think he's a great Championship player, but judging by all the reviews we're getting from him, that could be his level. If he'd wanted to make the breakthrough for us, I think it would have come a lot earlier. So I think we're looking at other areas where potential youngsters are going to come through.
Okay.
I'm just not convinced that I know who they are at the moment because nothing's really standing out.
Yeah. Well, there's a few there, though. I mean, there's a few. We've got choices. There's some good options in various areas. And I suppose if we're looking for a squad next season, as opposed to, necessarily first team starters, maybe Dean Garner can force his way into the first team next year in place of someone like Anderson Yarmolenko as a natural winger. He's certainly been fabulous in the Championship this year for West Brom, and that move has definitely worked out. But just going back to the other things Moyes has said, talking about squad rotation, bringing players in and investing this summer. He says the club has spent a lot of money, but we will try and add to it if we can. If not, we will go with the players we have got. Antonio is a great example of that. Pinky, that's kind of ringing alarm bells for me a little bit there.
Yeah, okay. Let me put the most positive spin on it I can. That's the manager backing his talents. Yeah, to say you can't blame me for the first half of the season because that's where we clearly dropped all the points and we'll be much better next year. Come on. I mean, that's too optimistic a spin. The reality is we've had this in terms of players that have made it onto the pitch. We've had the second oldest team in the top flight this season. Only Burnley have had an older team on the pitch than us.
Yeah.
Okay? We know that older players have a tendency to get injured more regularly and take longer to recover and repair. So we know that. So the punishing pace of the Premier League hurts older players generally. So if what the manager is saying is, I'll eke another season out of Dad's army, Noble, Snodgrass, Ogbonna, and to some extent Antonio. Okay. And let's not forget, Antonio's games this season have been limited because he was injured for a good part of it.
Yep.
So what makes us think that he isn't going to be injured for a good part of next season as well? So for my money, if we're saying go with what we've got, it might be, the manager basically saying the price I'm going to pay to hang on to Declan Rice is, well, there's no money available. And I kind of get that. But actually, the other side of the coin, and without going over and over it, show me the law that says the owner cannot put money in.
Yeah.
If we're short of funds, put some more money in. And I'm just looking at the clubs there, and maybe they're looking at going, we could easily move up 5 places by a couple of victories. Let's set 50 points as our target.
Yeah.
And say that's what we're going to do and call that success. Unfortunately, it's not success. If people want to know what failure is accepting mid-table mediocrity. That's failure. That's when a manager has failed, when he starts to think that finishing mid-table is success within itself. It isn't.
Yeah.
It isn't. The whole point of this is to try and win things. Try and win a trophy.
But is it? But the question is it now? I mean, it always used to be the case, but is it not the case now, Pinky, that, the ambition for most clubs is just to be in that Premier League, just to be part of it? Because you can't win things these days, can you? I mean, look how difficult, even with the FA Cup, how many teams outside the established top 5 or 6, win it these days.
Well, the only certainty is if you don't try, you won't.
Of course.
That's the certainty. And people hate me for saying I'll chuck Leicester City in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they'll say, yeah, once in a million. Okay, I'll chuck Wolverhampton Wanderers in there, who have had 2 incredibly grueling seasons now.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been playing virtually non-stop for 2 years. Yeah. And they're finished in 7th position, and we don't hear negative stories about that football club. We're seeing Burnley Football Club on a vastly more limited resources than we should have. Well, there you go. Sean Dyche. Let's not kid ourselves. We got a bit schooled when they turned up recently. Yeah, there he is, Sergeant Major Dyche, 54 points on the board, and I've spent close to nothing. And by the way, we've got a lovely training ground. Southampton get done 9 by Leicester City,
mm-hmm.
and still end up with a better goal difference than West Ham United. So the scale of rebuild that's needed can't be overstated. And to hear the manager basically saying, I've got to sell before I buy. Well, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to hearing the details of what you're going to do with season tickets for next year, because I know the ICEs have been talking to the club about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just see what those details are, how many games I would get in to see if they go with this mooted 40% attendance that whispers are coming out of. So for us, 25,000. Do you think they could actually sell 25,000 season tickets on the back of we're not spending any money? I've actually got my doubts. We could be a club that's got a restricted capacity that we can't sell out, because ultimately supporters will go, do you know what? No, I'll miss a season now, because if I'm just going to be watching Dad's Army and a couple of youngsters, is that enough? And really what I'm saying here is the manager, of course, he's got to play the political game with the chairman. He can't just come out and say, Mr. Sullivan, you've got to be kidding, pal. Give me 100 million quid. The manager's got to be a lot more subtle, and he's got to toe the party line, and that's fine. But it is very worrying from a supporter's perspective that the manager is having to say those things, because I'm not hearing Frank Lampard say that.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing Ole Gunnar Solskjaer say that. Jurgen Klopp's not saying that. Yeah. Sorry, but why is it just West Ham United's manager saying it again?
Yeah.
What, because we spent money 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Interesting. I mean, as you say, as always, you read between the lines, really, don't you? On most of these comments, and Pinky just doing a very good job of doing exactly that. On Declan Rice, Rio, he was asked about Declan Rice, and again, this is one where you can, I think, read more into what he didn't say than what he did say. Asked sort of about his future, Moyes replied, Declan will be back for pre-season with us in 3 weeks. That was his answer.
Oh, it's a start, isn't it? At least he's going to get a pre-season out of him. It doesn't instill confidence, though, does it? Really, long term.
No, it's the same thing, isn't it? It all ties in really with the whole what we were just discussing there about, about the general transfer policy. It doesn't really, does it? But
no, it's sending out a lot of the wrong messages rather than the positive messages. If I was Mrs. Brady, Mr. Gold, and Mr. Sullivan, I'd look at their customer retention figures, because we are customers now and not supporters. I'd like them to take a look at the data and see how many of the more established fans are now no longer going, and how many season tickets have been sold over the last few years to new fans who probably won't have the same amount of loyalty down the line. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
And
that figure's dwindling, they've got to look at that. They've got to look at that in a serious way.
Yeah, and I guess we also hope that they do keep that information now, because I remember being at a meeting with you not so many years ago, I think it was at the bowling ground, where we were informed that they didn't keep that information beyond about 5 or 6 seasons. So let's hope they've got that in order a bit more now.
Imagine your Declan Rice.
Yeah.
Imagine your Declan Rice. Okay. You've just finished a pretty grueling season. You know, it's gone on basically for a year. Yeah. And your manager, who you know's got the job next year, basically said, if we can get some players in, that'll be great, but we're not banking on it. Yeah. So you've just finished in 16th place, 39 points. And the player that you used to, play football with has just finished in 4th place on 66 points and is looking forward to the Champions League next season.
Yep.
How do you feel if you're Declan Rice?
Yep. Very good point.
The manager has just said he'll be back for pre-season training in 3 weeks. Do you know what? Declan Rice might just be there going, guess again, pal. Yeah. Because if that is the extent of West Ham United's ambition, why would I want to be? I mean, not being funny, why would Mark Noble come back for another season? Because you go, what, another season of chasing the tail around the park to finish 4th, 5th bottom?
Yeah.
And so it's very, very worrying that the manager is making those statements. And of course, it's not the manager's fault. We know where the fault lies. And the troubling thing is here, what exactly is the extent of the club's debt? How much do we really owe other clubs now? Remember, the financial statements that we get to see, they're ancient history now.
Yeah.
We've actually bought Haller since the last published accounts. I just wonder how deep the hole is that West Ham United are in, that we're actually in this position.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that obviously we've had to, the board have put £30 million in recent weeks. We've got David Moyes saying now that he might have to go into next season with the squad he finished this one with. Doesn't really give us any confidence that things are well financially at the club, that's for sure. But we shall, of course, wait and see what happens. But it certainly doesn't look good. David Moyes, more comments today. Talking about pre-season, he says, we've got our dates in place, players' return dates and all that. We're waiting for the final sign-off. We're presuming that there won't be any trips to places like Spain in the next few weeks. I'm not sure what the situation is like in Sweden, but maybe it'll be a case of we're going to the more traditional sort of pre-season venues once again, like Southend, Peterborough, Norwich. Now they're back in the Championship. Who knows? Even a trip to Ireland or even Scotland again, as we've done many times in the past. Talking about the end to this season, David Moyes, speaking after the match, said, this season has been a lot tougher than the last time I was at the club. West Ham will always have good expectation. It's a well-supported club. The expectation is there because there was a lot of money spent on players, but you tend to finish where you deserve to be. Interesting one. Rio, do you think West Ham finish where they deserve to be this season?
Ultimately, the league table doesn't lie, does it? So, yeah, strictly speaking, we've been fortunate to escape the drop. It's only because there have been 3 teams far, far, far worse than us.
Yeah.
Rather than us being better than him. Now, we took a lot of time to recover. Once, obviously, the Roberto incident, our players showed absolutely no heart, no passion, no real commitment for 3 or 4 months. And we suffered a massive hangover from that. David's come in, he steadied the ship, like I said before, the two acquisitions in Bowen and Souček have been a key role in steadying us and getting us back on track. But I think we're incredibly fortunate. As Pinky said, where was the money when we needed it in the summer? We could have avoided a lot of this nonsense. They've found the money down the back of the sofa again, as they often do when the chips are down. Yep, it's rather out of necessity rather than intent, really. And we're just lucky that we've survived.
Yeah, very much a case of being reactive rather than proactive, as has often been the case, especially over the course of the last 10 years. Finally, from his press conference today, Moyes talking about the short turnaround between now and the beginning of the next season, which of course begins on the 12th of September. He says, we've seen real encouragement, but I think the players need a break. They need to reflect and come back. I want high standards. Nothing really to argue with there. And finally, talking about the owners and a debrief following the culmination of the 2019-20 campaign, Moyes says, I don't think that will happen in the coming weeks, but I don't think the market will play out that way. I'm not quite sure what he's referring to there, but with all the things going on with the transfer market, it often goes to the last minute. It certainly goes to the last minute at West Ham United. And we know David Sullivan, of course, should I say, loves a bargain day transfer on the very last day of the season. I remember being in Spain 4 or 5 years ago on the final day of the summer transfer window, and I think we made 6 or 7 signings on the last day. He does love to push one through. So it looks like we're in for a bit of that again this year. But ultimately, we shall see what happens in the coming weeks. It is a 6 or 7 week transfer window this year. Very, very, very short one. And obviously a small pre-season. But West Ham has survived this year. It's not been great. We've been over loads of points in the last however long it is since the game finished, an hour and a half. I've kind of lost track now. Rio, before we sign off for the night, do you want to dip into the forum, something we were going to do about an hour ago, and just see what the guys are saying about the team saying there on the match thread about today's game, which of course finished West Ham United 1, Aston Villa 1.
Yep, understandably, there's not a lot of love flying around. The words lackluster have been used on a regular basis.
Yep.
There's been a couple of disgustings. There's a lot of criticism of Fabianski's role in Villa's goal, Fredericks as well, as we discussed. Just looking, one of the comments that really stood out for me was by a user called 3 Dicks, which I presume is in honour of our former left back and not our owners. And he said, our lot didn't even give it a go. Anytime we got near the box, we turned around and came back as if there was some agreement in place. Villa defended in numbers, but there were numerous times we could have played forwards and instead went backwards. Mm-hmm. Perhaps an overly relaxed performance from our lot. No result made no odds to us, but they are professional footballers and the objective should be win regardless, not just show up and make the numbers. Not that anyone played badly per se, just uninspiring. And that is probably the general gist of what everyone has come out with.
Yeah.
Hugh Jargon said, disappointing. Fab diving out the way of the ball will haunt Bournemouth for years to come. Also, his catchphrase, pardon at the end of it, but I won't go into that. That is the general consensus, like lackluster. There's not a lot of love flying about. It's going to be a bit of a job for moderating later on.
Yeah. On that, Rio, what do you think? I mean, we saw David Moyes say before the game that even though we're safe now, we're going to be doing our best to get the points and take as much as we can in terms of prize money at the end of the season. But is it the case that because it's been such a difficult season for the club, because we've been fighting relegation essentially since New Year, since Christmas perhaps, when Pellegrini went, do you think it's only natural that psychologically we've taken our, well, not just psychologically, but physically as well, we've taken our foot off the gas today a little bit, and because we are now safe, there is nothing more to fight for. The job is done, and that's why we ended up putting in such a, to use the phrase you coined there, lackluster performance this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that plays a key role. But like we said, Villa really had to come and win to come preserve their status.
Yeah,
they didn't offer an awful lot, did they? Mm-hmm. as has been mentioned on the forum as well, they're an incredibly niggly side. They set up to kind of come for the point, which they got. We look tired. We've utilised a really small amount of our squad in the last few weeks, haven't we? I think the last 10 games since the restart, we've used probably, I think, 14, 15 maximum.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's a lot of tired minds, tired legs, not a lot of will from either side, to be honest. I think that shone through immensely today.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rio. Pinky, final word for this afternoon, just really on the same thing. Do you think it was a bit of an ask, really, to expect West Ham to go out there and put in a performance on the final day of the season, knowing that, you know, we've achieved what we set out to do a few weeks ago when Project Restart began and avoided relegation?
Yeah. I mean, you know, as much as we all might sit there and say, oh, they're professionals, they should do this, they should do that.
Yeah.
They're human beings first and foremost. And it's been an incredibly long season. And whilst people say, well, they had 3 months off. Yeah, it's 3 months at home, but it isn't 3 months where you're on your holidays or all the rest of it. And they'll have had stresses in their domestic lives, same as the rest of us. You know, Aaron Cresswell, I know, was very concerned about the restart and things like that. So, you know, they are human. I'll forgive them an off day today because they'd done what they needed to do, so they didn't have to do it today. Yeah. So they'd put in enough hard work just to make sure that we didn't have a final day dramas. So I've got no issues with today. Looking ahead and the very quick turnaround that we've got now between now and the start of next season. Our 4 most selected players this year, 3 of them have been over the age of 30. You know, in Ogbonna, Noble, and Cresswell. Okay, and they, after basically what's amounted to an 11-month season, are now going to go into what could be another 11-month season if any of them have international ambitions and all the rest of it. And you know, their legs aren't going to last. And this idea that is already in the chairman's head clearly, that, well, we'll go with what we've got because, you know what, getting deals done is very difficult and there's much money and blah, blah, blah. Those players, it's a hell of a risk, you know, thinking they're going to get us over the line another season. Mm-hmm. And I'm so today, I'm not bothered about.
Yep.
Next season, I'm deeply worried already. You know, and I'm a huge fan of Mark Noble, but the bloke's 33 and he's given everything for the club already. Mm-hmm. You know, and we're talking about, oh, we'll get players in if we can. He must be looking at that going, you've got to be kidding. You don't want 30 odd games out of me again next year as well, do you? and so it goes on, you know, and it's kind of like, where you know, if people think today's bad, God help us come November when the players start to flag again, if there's no reinforcements brought in. So for me today, they get a pass. Enjoy your fortnight off, lads. Well done, you've kept us up. But in all honesty, they need some help, and they need some help from players that can contribute more than Jack Wilshere's 4 games, Ajetti's 3 games, and so it goes on. You know, we're milking the same cows too often, and eventually the milk's going to run dry.
Thank you, Pinky. Thank you, Rio. And thank you to everybody who's joined us again for today's Eyes Up Mother Brown. It's been a thoroughly, despite the situation we've been in, I think I can speak on behalf of everybody in the KUMB team that's participated in these Eyes Up Mother Brown shows over the course of the last few weeks. 9 in total since we came back. And we've managed to see a few goals. We didn't see a goal for the first 2 or 3 games. We was getting quite worried we might never see one. But we did go and see a few goals in the end. It's been a really enjoyable experience. And depending on what happens next season, Pinky has obviously referred to the fact that they're talking about 40% capacity at some Premier League grounds from October. We'll see how that pans out. However, somebody has asked, or a few people have asked, whether we intend to continue to do this next season. And I'm happy to say that, yes, we are going to consider it, depending on who's available, what numbers are available, and, you know, how it all plays out with the government. But, you know, thank you to everyone who's left some really nice comments about these shows. Thank you to people like Chris Dolby, for example. Chris says, I'm going to miss these Eyes Up Mother Browns for the next 6 weeks. I've really enjoyed these interactions. Top work, gentlemen. Chris, it's for you guys that we do it. You know, we love doing it, but it's wonderful to get your feedback. We're all West Ham fans. We're all in the same boat after all. And, you know, as I say, I think I can speak on behalf of the whole team to say that it's been a thoroughly enjoyable experience. So we'll see what comes next season, but we may well be back. We shall see. It has, of course, today finished West Ham United 1, Aston Villa 1. West Ham's Premier League status was assured in midweek at Manchester United. Today, it's Aston Villa who were left celebrating in Stratford. Commiserations to supporters of Bournemouth and Watford, who are going to be playing in the Championship next season as a result. West Ham end the season in 16th place. We fall a place today because of Brighton's win at Burnley, but it could have been far, far worse. And I think we all know that. The summer's nearly over, but the next few weeks are going to be a time for reflection, not only for the supporters, the players, but also those who run the club. They know what lies ahead if they don't invest. We've all seen it coming. We've escaped this year. We may not escape next year, as Pinky says, if nothing is done. So we wait to see how it all pans out. For now, that is it. We shall be back with a podcast again sometime in the next few days. I'll let you know on the KUMB Forum when that's going to be. But that will be another episode of the Mod Pod. But for today and for now, thank you on behalf of all of us for joining us. It's been great to have you on the feed and also reading your comments on the match thread on Knees Up Mother Brown. We shall, of course, see you all again soon. So it's goodbye from me and goodbye from the Pink Palermo.
Cheerio. Yeah.
And also, Rio, thank you again. As always, goodbye from you, sir.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And we shall see you all again very soon. Until then, of course, come on, you Irons.
Irons.
Come on, you Irons.